ready?
Oh, yes. Are you all ready?
Are you all ready? He's ready. Ms. Jackson, are you ready? Okay.
Let me get my meeting going here. I'm sure it kicked me out of here. You want a water? I just made like a funny face. I was like, oh no, they got that on the camera.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I will now call this regular meeting of the Fayette County Board of Education to order. Welcome back to school. Ms. Jackson, good evening to you. Will you please take roll?
Good evening. Amanda Ferguson.
Present.
Amy Green.
Present.
Tyler Murphy.
Present.
Penny Christian.
Present.
Monica Mundy.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us for tonight's meeting, both in person and on our broadcast. Next on our agenda, Board Member Amanda Ferguson will lead us through our observation of a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, a reading of the district mission statement. Board Member Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair Murphy. We remember Eliz Elijah, who served our students, staff, families, and community as a custodian at Edith J. Hayes for 7 years. Anthony Bruce Sate, who started his career in the district as a substitute teacher for 3 years before accepting a position as a math teacher at the Learning Center, where he served 7 years. Donna Graham, who joined Fayette County Public Schools as a food service assistant substitute before accepting a full-time position at Breckenridge, where she spent the last 3 years. Tanya Jones, a 20-year veteran teacher who spent 17 years at Eastside Technical Center and taught technology at Bryan Station High School for the past 3 years. Larry McRae, who was a member of the transportation team for 6 years, first as a bus monitor and for the past 4 years as a driver. Our hearts remain with their families, friends, and all those touched by their passing. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. And now the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And the mission of the Fayette County Public Schools is to create a collaborative community that ensures all students achieve at high levels and graduate prepared to excel in a global society.
Thank you, Board Member Ferguson. Our next order of business is approval of the agenda. Dr. Liggins has requested an amendment to the agenda, pulling consent item J1B regarding professional leave for discussion prior to action. And I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda with that change indicated. Is there a motion?
I move we approve the agenda with that indicated change.
Motion by Board Member Green. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Mundy. All in favor of adopting the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We do like to open our school board meeting celebrating our talented students in high-quality arts instruction now that students are back in session. So at this time, I'll invite FCPS Director of Fine Arts, Ms. Catherine Lowther, to come forward and introduce tonight's performance spotlight.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Liggins, and guests. I'm very excited to share with you our performance, the first performance of the season, which is going to be Tate's Creek High School's percussion ensemble performing Watercolor Sun. Before that, I do want to formally and publicly thank Board Chair Murphy and Superintendent Liggins for performing with our students this summer in Mamma Mia. We had several guests, including State Representative Chad All and Principal of Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School, Scott Lowscheider, who did a cameo as Father Alexandrios. So you can enjoy a t-shirt with your names on it as a part of the cast, as well as a photo. And thank you so much for supporting our students over the summer, and as always. So tonight we do have the Tates Creek High School Percussion Ensemble represented here. I'd like to thank Dr. Christy Field, the principal, who is in attendance here in the middle of the audience, as well as head band director Aaron Cunningham, who's been with the district for 18 years. He's actually on the field with the students right now during marching band rehearsal. We also have here tonight assistant band director Brent Hunt, as well as his daughter Elena Hunt, who is one of the featured performers in the quartet today. A little snapshot about Tates Creek High School. As of this morning, over 50% of their students are enrolled in an arts course. So you're going to see 4 of them on screen today. You're going to see Devontae Elliott, Jonathan Kupel, Emily Wilbur, who are current 12th graders. When this video was taken last year, they were in 11th grade. And then Miss Elena Hunt, who will join us here in a moment, was in 9th grade at the time of the video, and she is in 10th grade now. It's a very diverse program, and they were honored in 2025, February, to be selected as one of the performing ensembles at the Kentucky Music Educators Association State Conference. You're going to see a unique performance that has a quartet of students on one single instrument around a 4.3 octave marimba. So this is something that is quite unusual. Students learn about collaboration and focus, and they have to learn the right tool for the job as they pick their mallets, as they pick their position, and these are all skills that transfer over into their regular lives. So I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Band Director Brent Hunt, as well as his talented daughter, Elena Hunt.
All right, good evening. Thank you guys so much for doing this. I think this is a fantastic thing that you guys do. I've watched these each month and see all the ensembles perform. Really appreciate that support for you guys allowing us to do this. It's a really exciting time right now at Tates Creek High School, in the band world especially. The arts programs are growing and they're thriving, and we're really excited by that. We've done a lot of work in that, a lot of groundwork in our feeder schools and promoting our program. The band program through marching band and all of the different things that we do has grown to over 120 students, which is great, up from under 100 last year. So it's really going a great way. We've gotten more involvement from students that live within our district but might not go to Tates Creek High School, like if they're involved in the STEAM school or agri schools or different stuff like that. So they've come along, so we're able to get them connected so that they understand that, hey, your involvement in the arts doesn't have to stop just because you've gone to a different school. You can still participate in the marching band aspect of the program or jazz band and things like that. So that's been wonderful. The concert band has consistently earned distinguished ratings, straight distinguished ratings last year with our symphonic band as well, both of our programs. So TCHS has been 4A KMEA State Marching Band finalist a couple times in the past year. But one thing that we're really excited about this year is that we've grown and now we are in Class 5A, which means that you represented the school size and the band size are both in the top 20% number-wise. So that puts us in a great spot. It's a very competitive class, but we're real excited to be there, and that's just showing, once again, that we're continuing to grow. And families are starting to choose us more through the band program, so we can use that as our own somewhat type of magnet program to help bring families in and to our school as it continues to improve. Students in this percussion ensemble that you're going to see today, they auditioned. This is just a small little thing. It's a little quartet, but the whole percussion ensemble, there's about 15 of them, performed in various ensembles there. They recorded performances and did this whole big thing, and we videoed it and sent it in and everything. And KMEA has a group of people, a board that decides, who's going to go through all the videos submitted from the different schools throughout. We've had many Fayette County Public School groups that have performed there at KMEA conference, which is great. Tates Creek was selected. We're going to show you one of those today. And this is the second time that the Tates Creek High School Percussion Ensemble has performed at state conference. Usually annually they select 1 to 2, sometimes 3 groups, so it's a very highly selective process. So we were really fortunate to be a part of that. So I'm going to turn it over to Elena to talk a little bit about what it was like to be a part of that and the percussion ensemble and what being in the arts at Tates Creek means to her.
Good evening. My name is Elena Hunt, and I'm a sophomore at Tates Creek High School. I had the opportunity to perform the piece Watercolor Sun at KMEA State Conference in Louisville this past February. This piece is both beautiful to hear and fascinating to watch since there are 4 of us on one instrument, which we call a marimba. Having 4 people on one instrument poses some challenges. Whenever there are challenges like that in a musical piece, it requires much practice. Our practices began right after the end of marching band, and we began breaking down the various rhythms and notes to learn and perfect the piece. Practicing with my 3 peers was exciting and allowed us to become closer to each other. And this is the prime example of what band is. It's an experience like no other that brings kids with many different backgrounds and qualities together for one common goal, to make music. As you listen to this piece, my one hope is that it brings you joy as it did me. I hope it allows you to see the complexities and the skill of such a piece, but that the piece itself brings you to a simpler time and you let the music really take you away. So on behalf of me and my 3 peers, thank you so much for your support of the arts at Tates Creek High School. We hope you enjoy Watercolor Sun.
Are we able to get it going, Mr. Carty? Okay, no worries. We'll be patient. Thank you all very much. Excellent work. And, you know, the fact that you practiced on an instrument that you can't necessarily take home, which just adds to the amount of time that it required. And, you know, you commented that those practices happened after marching band. Almost as an aside, when there may be folks in here who don't realize that marching band in and of itself is an incredible commitment of time. And so even after that, you continued with that work. So thank you. Well done. And thank you both for being here and sharing this with us. We appreciate it. At this time, I'll turn the agenda over to Superintendent Liggins for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Chair Murphy, and thank you all again for that wonderful performance. I'd also like to add my own welcome to everyone joining us here tonight, both in person and online. Before our formal presentations, I would like to give you a brief update on how we've started the incredible school year, 24-25. I'm sorry, we're in 25-26. As you entered, and if you were in the room a little bit earlier, you should have seen a slideshow scrolling with all of the amazing photos and data by the numbers of some of the things that we've done to be FCPS ready for just last week when we began on Wednesday. Among some of those high points, we have more 6 million square feet of floors that have been waxed and are ready for teachers and students. As of last week, 3,500 backpacks filled with school supplies. We had over 35,000 hours of professional learning earned. We also opened 2 new schools, but we also transitioned to a new communication system with a new electronic transportation routing system for the school year to provide better services to our families. In addition to that, there's been over 25,500 bus routes created, and we've delivered over 67,000 messages through that particular platform, direct messages. For many of our students, heading back to school also means the return of nutritious meals. And so in the first 3 days alone, our cafeteria served over 105,000 meals, including 16,831 slices of pizza and 49,930 nuggets in just 3 days. Also, since Fayette County School is the second largest school district in the state, it's fun to see the huge numbers and consider all of the things that we do as a district to this scale. But what really makes the first few days of school were all of the smiling faces we saw, all of the energy. If you had an opportunity to be at a school on the first few days, just to see the kids are back, to see the new school supplies, the new clothes, the smiles, the teachers, families that are anxiously ready to drop their kids back off at school. Look at the crying for kindergartners, and when I'm talking about the kindergartners, I'm talking about their parents. And so it was really a great start of the school year, and really helps us navigate what we know will be a path to a successful future for those students. In our Spotlight Spotlight partnership update for August, we're excited to spotlight the many ways in which we're collaborating with the University of Kentucky Federal Credit Union. At this time, I'd like to invite our External Partnerships Manager, Michael Adams Jr., as well as his guest to the podium, or to the table.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Liggins, and all who are joining us in person and virtually. I am Michael Adams, the Program Manager for External Partnerships, under the leadership of our Chief of Staff, Mr. Tracy Bruno. It is long overdue, but I'm happy to spotlight the transformational partnership we have with UK Federal Credit Union. Joining me tonight is Ms. Janet Beard, their Business Development Manager. She's a highly respected leader and an education advocate that I'm privileged to call a friend. I'd also like to introduce Himmel Seth, a 2024 graduate of Frederick Douglass High School, who is now an employee of UK Federal Credit Union. And somewhere hiding in the back, we got Andrew Miller, who is their Director of Marketing, and Bobby Bowers, who is a branch sales manager at South Broadway. Partnerships like this help us to meet our strategic priority of outreach and engagement and fulfill our portrait of a graduate promise of ensuring students are future and life ready. UK Federal Credit Union is a member-owned, not-for-profit financial cooperative that has been part of our community since 1937. They operate 6 branches in Fayette County, 1 in Jessamine, and 2 student-run branches right here in our district. The first in-school branch is at Frederick Douglass High School, with a second branch scheduled to open at Tates Creek High School this fall. These branches represent a substantial financial and human capital investment by the credit union, which is rooted in its principles of education and its organizational philosophy of people helping people. The credit union also provides financial literacy workshops to our students and staff, attends career fairs for our middle and high schoolers, supports multiple schools through volunteerism and donations, and sponsors many events such as lunch for our district leadership meeting. I can go on about how this organization impacts our district, but I would like our partners to speak about what collaborating with Fayette County Public Schools means to them.
Thank you, Mike. Mr. Adams, I should say, very appreciative to your partnership, your leadership, and your friendship as well. So just want to say thank you. And to this board, to Dr. Liggins, on behalf of our CEO, Ryan Ross, and the entire UK Federal Credit Union family, we say thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. We are truly honored to be recognized as a community partner, and we are grateful for the chance to work alongside FCPS. It's a partnership that is truly a win-win, especially when we put the students at the center. Our commitment to financial well-being is at the heart of every single thing that we do. Investing in students and in adults is the key to building stronger individuals, which leads to stronger families and stronger communities. That's why we are committed to this partnership. Last week, we wrapped up the Stuff the Bus school supply drive in partnership with FCPS. The incredible generosity of our members, our leadership team, the board of directors, and our members was absolutely unbelievable. Together, we filled our UKFCU van to the brim with essential school supplies for students that needed the school supplies, as well as much-needed classroom necessities for teachers. This initiative would not have been a success without teamwork and collaboration, and that's why we are committed to this partnership. Lastly, and Mike's already shared some of this, but one of our most rewarding accomplishments in partnership with FCPS is the establishment of our first in-school student-run credit union branch located inside Frederick Douglass High School that opened in 2023. And that was in partnership with the Academy of Professional Services. Our second branch is on target to open this October inside Tates Creek High School. Both locations will provide affordable products and services to the students, teachers, and staff within those schools, all ran by trained and ran by student interns here at Fayette County Public Schools. It is a major financial investment that has provided real-world, real-work experience and a career path for students. We know that this partnership is changing lives because we have a testimony, a real-life story that shows just how impactful this initiative has been. And that's why we remain committed to this partnership. For over 88 years, we have proudly served our members as well as this community, and we are dedicated to continuing that legacy by helping to make Lexington a great place to live. Our partnership proves that when business and education unites, it's a win-win for everyone. Now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce one of our success stories, a former high school intern who is now a valued part-time employee at UK Federal Credit Union, Hamil Seth. I will let him share his story of what this experience has meant to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Janet, for this warm introduction. I graduated from Frederick Douglass High School in 2024, and I am currently a sophomore at University of Kentucky. I was part of the first group of students to kick off this internship program. I would like to thank Fayette County Public Schools and the University of Kentucky Federal Credit Union for starting this great internship program and giving me opportunity to share my experience today. The internship gave me valuable exposure to the credit union environment and its operations. It was a great learning experience for me, as I developed important skills in banking, financial literacy, customer service, marketing, and employability, along with many soft skills. I also had the chance to work and network with credit union leaders and experts during the internship. This experience also helped me become more career-ready, as it guided my decision to pursue a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance at the University of Kentucky. Just joining the internship program was an incredible opportunity, as it has helped me build a clear path towards my future. During the internship, I truly enjoyed working at UKFCU. So when I learned there was an opening for part-time teller position, I applied right away. I'm now working part-time while being a full-time college student, which allows me to take my experience to the next level and push myself outside of my comfort zone and learn new things. One of the qualities I admire most about UKFCU is their commitment to helping and investing in the community and the employees, whether through volunteering programs, high school internships, or great products and services provided to our members. I am proud to be part of such an organization. At the end, I would like to thank everyone who has been and continue to be part of my journey. Thank you.
Thank you both very much, and we appreciate the partnership. I think all of us had an opportunity, or most of us had an opportunity to attend Step the Bus, and it was incredible, so we appreciate that. I do have a question for you. How many, did you take advantage of the dual credit and dual enrollment opportunities at Frederick Douglass, and so were you able to go into UK with some credit through either AP or dual enrollment?
So actually, I transferred here. I shifted here from India during my junior year spring semester, so I was not able to get much opportunity of those credits. But if I was here for all 4 years, I would have really liked that and have some building blocks.
No, excellent. Well, we do appreciate you here. We do appreciate the time that you were able to be with us at Frederick Douglass, and we appreciate you coming back to share your experience with us. Any questions or comments, board members?
Chair Murphy.
Board Member Green.
I just reiterate what you have said. It's equally from our side. We so appreciate your partnership and your commitment to our students and to making our community better as a whole. I think when we pour ourselves, whatever our time, talent, and treasures are, our resources, into the next generation, we all reap the benefits. And you guys are a shining example of that. So thank you. I'm glad to have worked beside you, emptying that extremely full bus. Thank you to all of your members for their donations. And good luck with your studies in accounting and finances. We do have an accounting and finance department here in Fayette County. And so in a few years, they can tell you the website. So, but thank you both so very much for sharing your experiences and your partnerships.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I surely echo those appreciations. I also want to thank board members for your leadership and prioritizing such community partnerships. They really do make a difference. For our final item under the superintendent's report this evening, we would like to present the work and the recommendations of the board solutions group. If we can have that presentation come up, please. As you all are aware, we did have the opportunity to engage several community members that were part of a budget solutions group to take a look at a variety of things to make some recommendations to you all as a board concerning the $16 million proposed gap. Here's a list of those members. I see many of those members are in the audience today, so I just want to again say thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your service in serving on this group. And we are very, very pleased to have such a huge support within our community that's willing to lend their time, their talents, and their efforts in order to help our school system continue to thrive and to do better. One of the things that we've stressed, and we try to stress at every single meeting, next slide please, is the importance of all the things that we do in the district, whether that be our budget or whether that be any other item that occurs in the district. It really is linked back to two different things. The one being the portrait of the graduate. Portrait of a Graduate was something that our families came together in our community, came together and stated this is what they would like any student that goes through Fayette County Public Schools to graduate and be able to identify with. And so these four attributes are something that is not just on paper, they're not just something that is a poster that we hang on the wall. It is really something that every single decision we make is tied to ensuring that our students are graduating with these four attributes under their belt. And finally, we also take a great amount of time and effort to work on our strategic priorities. This one is of particular interest and importance to me. This was something that ultimately, when I came on as superintendent, heard from thousands and thousands of individuals that stated that this is basically what we want our school system to be. These are the priorities of our communities, of our parents, of our students, and these are the things that are important to this community in order to make sure that when we're providing an education to our students, these are the things that our community has stated that they would like to have. And so we entered into the work with the work group to go through these priorities and to let them know that these were not only important to our community, but they had also been board adopted, and they're something that we have strive to make sure that we are providing to our students each and every day.
Thank you, Dr. Liggins and board team. I want to echo those sentiments. It was a pleasure working with the board solution work group and getting to know many of the community members along with our important business folk who really take pride into what happens in Fayette County Public Schools. And so it was an honor to be able to work with them. I also want to thank the board community for engaging in this difficult but essential work. And so one of the first things that I'd like to share is, over the course of the 3 meetings, there was lots of discussion, there was a lot of evaluation of data, and an opportunity to really come forward and bring some clarity to what's really happening, but also to make some recommendations as to how we move forward. And so the Budget Solutions Work Group made 10 recommendations, and I'll start with what those are up front, and then we'll work into each one of them individually. So first of all, one of the recommendations was to reduce the planned district contingency fund from 6% to 4% of the total general fund budget. One of the second one's recommendations was take the full $16 million out of the planned contingency fund. A third recommendation, freeze any spending not contractually obligated. A fourth being charge the district with making up the rest of the cuts from administration, not impacting teachers. And a fifth recommendation, continue with the program of attrition for administration. The sixth recommendation, or the Another recommendation was initiate a sponsorship program for particular programs, pieces of buildings, and public-private partnerships. Another recommendation was reduce maintenance costs by 1.7 or up to $2 million. Another recommendation was liquidate real estate and other assets. And the last two involved, one, reduce maintenance costs and increase lunch pricing. And the final recommendation, raise the occupational license tax and let the long-term committee continue to work. So just a little bit about what is planned contingency and fund balance. And there's been some confusion over this, so I'd like to help bring some clarity to it. Planned contingency, you think about the plan, is a portion of the general fund set aside in the budget specifically for emergencies or unexpected costs. And Kentucky law requires at least 2% of the general fund budget, and FCPS targets 6%. The fund balance carry forward is the actual audited cash remaining in the general fund at the end of the fiscal year after all revenues and expenses are finalized. This becomes the beginning fund balance for the next year's budget. But it can also include money for planned projects, carryover, allocations, and reserves. A key point is the fund balance is the total carry forward resources. The contingency is planned in the budget while the fund balance is confirmed as the year closes, after, of course, the auditing. So just a little clarity, contingency is planned. When we built the new budget for fiscal year 25, we set aside $42 million as planned contingency. That wasn't tied to the fund balance. It was based on our policy of keeping 6% of the budget reserved for emergencies. Fund balance equals actual. At the end of the fiscal year in 2024, the audited fund balance was $42 million. This is simply the actual dollars carried forward after revenues and expenses were finalized. Key point, it just so happened that both the numbers were the same in that year. That is coincidence, not by design. And in most years, the two amounts are different. So let's talk about the long-term recommendations from the Budget Solutions Work Group first. Recommendation was initiate a sponsorship program for particular programs, pieces of buildings, and public-private partnerships. Potential funding impact, we'd have to establish a target goal for external partnerships, so that could be a variable amount. One of the things to think about is what does this do from a student impact and organizational trade-off standpoint. It definitely could increase student internship opportunities. It could allow the focus of local funds to be in the classroom, but it also could limit autonomy on fund distribution when sponsors have specific programs and requests as the focal point. And so what are some potential next steps or additional questions that we ask is we'd have to identify high-value opportunities with programs, spaces, and initiatives, treat sponsorship revenue as supplemental to the general fund. And one of the questions that's come up, is this realistic for a pre-K through 12 district in terms of sustainability and moving forward? So one of the recommendations that we want to dive deeper into is charging the FCPS.
Dr. Barber, would you prefer for us to, if we have a question relating to a specific recommendation, can we go ahead and ask it at the conclusion of the presentation about that recommendation, or would you prefer to take all questions at the end?
That's up to the board.
Okay. If you, Board Member Green indicated she had a question on this particular recommendation.
Thank you, Chair Murphy. So looking at the public-private partnerships, are there examples that we have seen in the pre-K world of this existing in Kentucky, and then if not in Kentucky, at a nation level? So that's my first.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are examples where those exist and have been somewhat successful. However, we'd have to look at the research on how much funding actually is coming in for those programs.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so you have written that it would be probably considered more of a supplemental and not a consistent revenue stream. And so I appreciate you pointing that out. And then I think there was a mention during the budget solution work groups about partnering and talking with UK and about how they might do their private partnerships with external partnerships, and then kind of giving us of you into that relationship. And so would that be an opportunity for us to sit down with UK and see kind of what they do in this lane, and we can learn from them?
We actually are, and so we've been fortunate to have start building a relationship with them, and so we are starting to build some work group solutions surrounding even how they do their a couple things. One, how they invest their money. Two, how they do some review of their utilities. And three, partnerships. Like, what do they do for the partnerships and how they gain opportunities, especially within their own endowment, I guess you could say.
Thank you.
Do we currently have any pending such offers?
Actually, there is a potential opportunity that is being worked on right now with I can't name the individual or the group because it's still pending, but it should be coming to the board very soon. And it's not a significant amount of money, but we don't know yet. We're still evaluating that where it could go. So,
thank you.
Yeah, I have a question about something.
Laura Ferguson.
Thank you. Before the recommendations, just on the Let's Bring Clarity page,
yes, ma'am.
it says that on number 1, the contingency is planned. And when we built the new budget for fiscal year 25, I assume that means the working budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Last fall.
Yes.
That we set aside $42 million.
Correct.
But at the September planning meeting of the board, I pulled it up, the working budget 24-25, and I remember this specifically because this was one of my concerns and one of the reasons I voted against it a year ago. It says on page 29 under expenditures, contingency, $43,605,000, which I realize is only $1.65 million different from the 42 that you said was the fund balance. But that was one of my concerns, one of my several concerns with the budget at that time, because the contingency was more than the fund balance last year at this time. So I don't know where this came from. We set aside $42 million as planned contingency.
So when we set aside contingency, we do a percentage of it, and so there's a set aside, and so it's the 6% target.
I understand the 6%, but our own budget document says $43,605,000, not $42 million as planned contingency for the fiscal year 25 budget. So again, that number was already more than what was in the fund balance. I mean, it's concerning enough to me that you say these two numbers just happen to be the same, $42 million. That means we've spent every penny that we had, and we have nothing extra to carry forward. And now, a year later, we definitely don't have anything extra to carry forward. In fact, we're in the hole. I just want to make sure the numbers are correct. It says on the document, $43,650,000.
We'll proceed forward. Do you have a question? I mean, the question is on the
Well, I guess
table.
the question is, was it $43,605,000 or was it $42 million? Or are we just guessing?
There's no guessing.
Then the question is, was it $43,605,000, page 29, F1K of the September planning meeting, FCPS working budget 24-25?
There's approval of the final budget, working budget, and there's also what comes to tentative, and there's a planned contingency amount. And so we plan the contingency as a 6%, and that's the amount that's listed.
I understand all that, but the numbers are different. Thank you.
We'll look into that, Board Member Ferguson, why those are different. Thank you.
So one of the things is we talked a little bit about one of the recommendations was charge the FCPS administration with making additional cuts from non-campus and non-teaching positions. These cuts must not impact schools and classrooms, which was the goal of the Budget Solutions Work Group. And so this could vary, reduce anywhere from 1 million to 3 million, depending on attrition or changes into or cuts in positions, by eliminating district level school support. And so some of the student impact here could be level supports provided to schools and students, such as instructional and mental health, behavioral, and technology supports. Some potential next steps include conducting a comprehensive review of all district office positions, contracts, and budgets.
Chair Murphy.
Board Member Green.
I just wanted to reiterate something that we're told in the past. So as my understanding, this past year, all district level departments were asked to cut their budgets by 20%. And there was an $8 to $9 million savings within the administration. Is that correct?
Yes, so 8.9 million total, and then 20%. Yeah.
And then the tentative budget included that continuation of that reduction of the budgets. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, last year actually was 10%, and then this year is adding that additional 10 or more. Mm-hmm. So.
My concern on this one, specifically talking about the student impact and organizational trade-offs, is when I joined the board 5 years ago, we had a comprehensive review of really our organization, and many of the findings were that we were not supporting our classrooms and our schools at an equitable amount. So there was that in the building, and I sat on site-based council, so I remember hearing that. They felt like there wasn't a direct line of communication. The personnel wasn't there to meet their requests. And additionally, our HR was specifically pointed out in those reviews that it wasn't enough to support our staff appropriately and our technology organization. So I think I appreciate all of the recommendations, and I take them all very seriously. I just want to add context to those and make sure we realize why we have certain places that we do and the impacts that we all, things are going well, and so it's hard to remember even just a few years ago that there was really some struggles, and it impacted the classrooms. It impacted the administrators, because I sat there with the principals, and if they can't get the support they need timely, then it hinders what they're able to provide for their teachers. Then the teachers can't provide for their students. So everything is connected. So I just wanted to point that out, because that has been a few years and we hadn't discussed it.
Thank you, Board Member Green. One question I have, and it relates to the point Board Member Green made. Do we have an analysis on, because I know one of the things that emerged from the work group, and what I appreciate about their final findings is, we appreciate the investments being made in students in classrooms, and we want to protect the investments in students in classrooms, and that's echoed here. And I'm not sure if that's their language. These cuts must not impact schools and classrooms, or reflects the expression of the group as part of the discussion. So do we know the extent to which, is this a request to reduce non-campus and non-teaching positions, period, right? So if an employee is identified as working at this building, then that position should be considered for elimination? Or does it add the extra layer that we have to analyze the extent to which the reach of the work being done goes into classrooms and impacts students and staff? So, and if the answer to the question is we have to do that level of analysis, then what are the criteria, right? How do we determine if something does, quote, not impact schools or classrooms?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's different layers. So we'd have to review direct impact, to student services that exist right at the classroom level, and those who are adjacent or peripheral, but every position somehow has a direct or indirect impact, and so it'd have to be a review and a better understanding of which positions to evaluate.
So if I'm understanding the recommendation correctly, then it's not simply a directive that says a reduction in force excluding classroom teachers. It's asking for cuts that don't have an impact on students. Is that correct?
I think Yeah, I mean, the way it was worded and the way the Budget Solutions Work Group described it was just anything that's not directly on campus or non-teaching position is how they described it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Board Member Christian.
And you may have already answered, but in any of the discussions, did the group prioritize positions that they thought would less impact? Because everything is going to impact. It's just a matter of what that looks like, right? So was there a list of priorities, or?
There wasn't necessarily a discussion about specific positions. I mean, I think there was a target at administrative positions in particular, but that's another recommendation. But there wasn't, in this one, there wasn't necessarily a specific, as long as it was non-teacher, non-campus.
Were the $30 million in discretionary staffing allocations any part of the work group conversations, especially on this topic?
There has been some discussion, and we will definitely be discussing
Not
that.
at the work group level.
No, not work
because
group,
we didn't
no.
get to the campus level.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
One of the other recommendations is liquidate real estate and other assets. Suggestions there, funding impact could be one-time revenue from property and surplus equipment sales. Could be approximately $8 to $10 million, depending on evaluation and current possible asset inventory. Potential for future additional assets. Trade-offs could be future acquisition of property will be associated with the increased base costs. You know, for a limited period of time, it allows for continuation of some services directly to students, given the cash flow. Just a side note from the data that I've received, actual average surplus dollars received per year on assets and inventory is about $40,000 here in Fayette County. Next steps, potential, we'd have to obtain appraisals as needed. And one of the questions that came about in this process is this the part of the larger part of, or is this part of the larger process of closure, consolidation, redistricting, and rezoning, and or how do we prioritize what we sell?
Chair Murphy.
Board Member Green.
Thank you. Were there discussions about the need to maintain space? We all see what Fayette County is with the land. We know inside of the circle it is very hard to come by. And we also have to consider when we create schools, they have to be accessible to families from multiple angles. And so was there discussion about the need to continue to maintain the space we have? Because like a chessboard, there is open space to make plays. And so if we in the future, there is a need to move a school or rebuild a school and have that move maintenance somewhere or move a preschool somewhere. If we were to take away all of the empty spaces on that chessboard, how can you make an appropriate play to provide for the students? So was there a discussion about that within the work group, about the limitation if you released anything that looked like it was not being used, but it potentially has a plan for a move in the future?
I don't think there was any heavy discussion. I think they looked at some of the assets and inventory, and so there wasn't within the work group, a heavy discussion surrounding those measures.
Do you have further questions? Do you have an additional question?
Yes, I have one more, thank you. And so another point, and what if this was discussed in more detail in the work group, actually, let me organize my thoughts.
Okay, that's fine.
And would this, I'm assuming that there would be an impact on, some of these actions would require a reassessment or reconvening of our local planning committee and may require modifications to the district facility plan.
Yeah, I mean, there would have to be definitely board involvement and potential LPC or local planning committee, depending on what we're looking at. And of course, when you get to the legal side of it, you know, how go about to sell different assets we have, especially with the bigger, if it's property or land, building.
Thank you. Board Member Ferguson.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to ask if a list and asset inventory was provided to the work group, and it sounds like that was.
Yeah, as far as I know, we provided that list of.
Okay. Was that sent to the board?
I don't know if we did or didn't.
Okay. I would just like
Yeah,
to see that
to be honest.
asset inventory if one was provided to the work group.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Dr. Barber.
Okay. So moving to the short-term recommendations from the Budget Solutions Work Group. Freeze any spending not contractually obligated at the district level. This could focus on a lot of things, but some examples include, but not limited to, we could garner over savings of about $750,000 in travel professional leave from general fund, could be realized from fiscal year 26. This is recently enacted just this past Friday, I believe, or Saturday. But savings of contracted maintenance, i.e. painting, parking lots, building enhancements, may have to be looked at. Also, just thinking about student impact and what could be an organizational trade-off, it does allow for continuation of services directly to students for a limited time, depending on how long the freeze goes. But it could lead to some deferred maintenance schedules, as you know, could disrupt technology integration efforts and limits professional growth opportunities. Some potential next steps are pairing the freeze with the 2 to 3 year recovery plan, and then just ensuring from, a question that came up is what data would drive the prioritization of which service contracts should be frozen. So it's something we'd have to evaluate.
Chair Murphy,
Board Member Monday.
was there any discussion about any reviews of other contracts outside of maintenance that we approved? Like, we approved quite a few, and some of them, like Hanover Statistics, I believe that does some of our reporting. Like, are there opportunities for some of these other contracts that we have to have a cost savings there as well?
Yeah, I think some of them have been signed on and they're moving, and so it would have to be reevaluated if we were to look at it for future years potentially. But yes, anything could be on the table. It's just a matter of what direct services is it providing, and is it happening right here and now? We're already paying for it.
Chair Murphy,
Board Member Monday.
also to add to that, if there's any additional contracts that we don't see as a board, like space rentals, maybe we need to start using spaces that we have, if at all possible, or things of that nature. Because I know there's a lot that we don't see that doesn't meet that, I think, $40,000 threshold as well.
Sure.
Board Member Monday, in relation to that, I would like to add, in a purchasing area, which falls up under me, I've had discussions with them about contracts we come to make sure we have out clauses. Because I've noticed some of the contracts don't give us the ability to say, notify you within 60 to 90 days that we can get out of it. So we have started since July 1st, making sure that anything that comes that way, that we're looking at it accordingly.
Thank you. And my understanding on that point as well is part of the directive that we heard, I guess it was last fall or last spring, for 20% reductions at the district administrative level included precisely that type of assessment of those contracts that don't quite meet the threshold for board approval. But so my understanding of the recommendation is that it would also essentially be an administrative directive. It's not just speaking of contracts that come before the board. Is that a correct reading?
I think each department was asked to look within their own department budget and figure out what made sense to eliminate or look at or kind of pull back from, and contracts were included in that.
Mm-hmm. And I heard a conversation with, I believe it was on WKY with Adrian Bryant with Civic Lex, and one point that he raised is the question of, how do we assess what contractually obligated means, right? Does it mean we are in the contract? Does it mean we've established a priority? That it's an established priority? Does it mean that the line item has been approved but a contract is not yet entered to? So I'm not sure how far down the road we are on those types of assessments, but I'm assuming that would require some type of a review to specifically define what would be frozen versus not. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean,
Ferguson.
I had that same concern. I mean, even just about for example, some things on the agenda tonight. I mean, and again, back to whether it affects schools or what's mandatory travel, what affects school level, what affects, you know, what's contractually obligated. I mean, I think, are we buying buses? You know, I mean, if we have to have buses to transport our students, that's not yet contractually obligated, but it can't be discretionary. I mean, that's very hard to identify.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I also think of the lengthy contracts, the lengthy list of contracts we approve to meet like compliance requirements, right? Like the IDEA compliance for the students who have highly specialized needs, and we have to contract for those services as well. So,
Chair Murphy.
Board Member Green.
And this may bleed into another one that you talk about, adjust maintenance services, but you have listed here deferred maintenance schedules and disruption of technology integration. And so again, this speaks to a space that we were in several years ago where there was kind of a pause on maintenance and how much we've had to really take that on. That includes, to Board Member Ferguson's point, additional bus purchases. So do you all have numbers? Because that 2 to 3 year recovery plan, if that's what that cost is, may not be worth the short-term gain. And so was that discussed in the work group, or do you have any of those numbers to share?
It wasn't necessarily discussed at the detail you're talking about in the work group. However, there was discussion surrounding various contracts and what exists, and also just contracted maintenance, what actually is out there. We do have some numbers reflected on various contracts, and we can get those to you. But again, there's levels of what's actually happening, direct services that are going on right now, to what we can say, this is kind of like a level 3 or 4 project, it can wait.
Thank you. Board Member Christian.
When I see freezing any spending not contractually obligated at the district level, my brain right now is thinking about SBDM, because while they have their autonomy and they have their budget, surely there are district level decisions and district level services that trickle down. And what is, I mean, was SBDM discussed as far as what they have to say, how that, because that's a school, it impacts the school level and the students, right? So how do you factor SBDM into this conversation?
You know, it depends. If the contract is district-driven, they may not have as much, I'm not saying voice, but they still have a say. But in terms of what happens directly and locally at the school level, we'd have to evaluate if there's a direct impact. But yes, I mean, some of the contracts we're talking about could be impact device, support, repair. It could impact a lot of things. It just depends on what we're looking at. And that may not even be SBDM driven, but even then it might impact the classroom.
Well, and that Board Member Christian raises a good point. As I sit here and think, like, as an educator who sponsors clubs and organizations, oftentimes we raise money. Some of that money is swept to the board. And to spend our own money, we have to go through district level approvals, right? And so that's something that we just have to be cognizant of. That I appreciate the concern about making sure that we're holding harmless students in the classroom, and that any of these initiatives don't impact the student and educator experience. But we have to be mindful of some of these impacts that might be unintentional, and we don't want to find out when we're in the middle of the process and say, well, wait a minute. We've at this board have approved trips to Washington, D.C. and Williamsburg, and that's not funding coming from the district general fund, right? That's money raised by those schools, but it's still considered a district contract. So I appreciate the information.
Yes, sir. The next recommendation was continue with the program of attrition for administration. So one of the things is a program of attrition for district administrators can reduce personnel costs. So by not replacing those district administrators who leave due to resignation or retirement, those salary benefits are savings to the general fund for sure. Some thought process surrounding student impact and organizational trade-offs. culture and climate, teacher quality, resource allocation, guidance and support, or coaching. Could compound job responsibilities, support staff, which lead to delays of service to schools and staff. Could increase cybersecurity risks depending on what staff is impacted, and delayed in services such as records processing, again, deferred maintenance, payroll processes, hiring processes. However, potential next steps, if that's the path that is selected, would be prioritize essential functions and define positions that will remain vacant. And then again, questions that we have to ask ourselves is, do we risk delayed response times to serve our students in instructional supports, student support services, resource allocations, device repairs, et cetera?
Thank you.
Chair Murphy?
Board Member Green.
Thank you. So it says administration, so my notes coming into the meeting was a question about, did this mean, was the purpose district level or school level also administration? Because I know that was a big ask a few years ago as well at the school level for making sure that they're shored up with their administrations.
Yeah, I think the ask was administration. Wasn't totally clarified, but a lot of JDP was the mention throughout the work group, but administration could impact others as well.
And we assumed, because it's a continuation of the program of attrition, there was no program of attrition at the campus level, so made the assumption that it was off campus.
Yeah.
And was it shared? Oh, I'm so sorry. Was it shared, the steps that were taken through this past year, that savings of $8.9 million, and how you decided that those positions were, because there were some positions with attrition there. So was that discussion, did that happen with the work group?
Yes, we actually mentioned some of the positions were cut, and as well as or that we didn't fill, and also just some of the other things that we saved on. Yeah.
Board Member Mundy.
Was there any discussion of reduction of work days for administration or potentially furloughing administration?
That has come up. So there's been some discussion surrounding that. But yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was on the table.
Any other questions? Dr. Barber?
All right, another recommendation. We kind of combined two here, but it's two different things. One's asking reduce maintenance costs by 1.7 to 2 million. Another was reduce maintenance costs and increase lunch pricing, kind of doing the same together. I guess you could say doing those two things together. So just thinking through funding impact, could be anywhere from 1.7 to 2 million through vendor negotiations, deferring non-critical projects as mentioned, and then also 2.2 to 3 million combined benefit reduces the food services debt. We would have some trade-offs. We'd have to have increased breakfast and lunch prices. Could also lead to, depending on what contracts we cut, prolonged replacement cycles on Chromebooks and playgrounds. And then, of course, some maintenance projects could be delayed or deferred. What we'd have to do, or upon your recommendation, identify and prioritize projects, continue to explore energy savings measures potentially, and rebid contracts as needed. So a question would be, how can we raise meal prices without losing customers? What's the tipping point? And, what do we need to do with outstanding balances to address them?
Chair Murphy.
Board Member Green.
Was there a number that was shared that the administration said that you could raise a lunch price, excuse me, to that amount without losing customers? And what would that be if it was shared?
It's hard to tell because when you evaluate, we don't know the exact tipping point until we implement. I guess we could do a better job at surveying our families and come up with a strategy there if it were to take place. But we really, in implementing something like a 25% increase, we know the revenue that would come. We just don't know who would stop buying lunch or not coming in to eat lunch and just bring their lunch.
Also, I think it's important to note about food services. no-win situation. And what I mean by that is it's been variously reported, even though sometimes not factual, that food services owes us general fund some money. So whether they paid us immediately, if at the end of the year they're in the hole, we got to give the money back to them. So if we get it, we still got to deal with it. And if we don't get it, we still got to deal with it. And so the food service situation that we're facing is that the expenses are definitely outpacing the revenue in the way they're able to get funding as an enterprise. But by law, if any fund is in a negative, general fund has to cover whatever that fund is. And that will be the case with food services if something doesn't get better.
And about those expenses increasing, the cost of food, has that been substantial? Have you felt that at the district level this past 20 or 12 months?
Yeah, we
definitely.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, the prices are going up and the costs are going up. It's just, keeping up with that balance has been tough.
Well, and it's a double whammy, not only in prices going up, but recent changes to SNAP eligibility is going to impact as well, because we've already seen schools lose community eligibility provision where every kid eats for free. And, with those changes, that could reduce the number of schools that meet those requirements and then therefore impact more students. So it's like I said, it's a double whammy when it comes to the child nutrition program.
Chair Murphy, I have one more.
Board Member Green.
When we talk about the replacement cycles on Chromebooks, I think the past 2 budget cycles, we have really stretched that thin. And so is there a breaking point on that to where we're not able to offer equitable access to education if Chromebooks can't be serviced? Because I would assume that would be an issue if we couldn't provide this technology to our students.
Yeah, I mean, once you go through 2 or 3 cycles of that, you have to come up with a creative strategy to get it to all of our students. So one-to-one just would be, if the board's goal is to have a one-to-one initiative, that would very much be impacted.
And on the question, and I believe Board Member Green made a reference to this, but just to drill down a little bit, when we're talking about deferring non-critical projects, it's similar to the conversation we had about impacting students, how we define non-critical, something that's non-critical in terms of maintenance, as we've all learned, both in the work in the school district and in our homes, that something that's non-critical today could be critical tomorrow. And so would that factor into the calculus, right? Because if you're deferring a project because it cost X amount of dollars today, are you doing so with the awareness that a year from now it could be 2X?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's always a risk, especially in times of inflation or just difficulty in pricing and what's happening with the different contracts we already tried to work through.
Board Member Green.
Thank you for letting me go back. Because maintenance has come up several times, if you could get the board the numbers, really what it has cost when there was deferred maintenance for several years, and then what we had to pay additionally on top of those projected original costs. I think that would be helpful for us as a board to understand that the delay versus the cost long term, and then I think it also helps the community understand as well what that looks like. So in that ask. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, one of the recommendations was raise the OLT and let the long-term committee continue to work. If it were to take place, this fiscal year would be anywhere from $13.5 million to $16 on collection. A full year could be anywhere from $27 to $32 million. Cost differential if raised from 0.5 to 0.75 depends on your salary. There's some mention of figures up here. We had the average salary of $66,000 would be about a differential of 13.75 per month. Whereas you can see 33 is less and 99 is a little bit more. One of the things that could do is allow sustaining programs and opportunities for students. It does continue district's forward progress in making schools and students safe. Just a caveat here, no additional revenues will lead to deep cuts for 26-27 school year and beyond in our classrooms. Some potential next steps requires Fayette County Board of Education approval for resolution to move forward to fiscal court. You got to continue to work with the board's budget and finance committee as well as the budget solutions work group to determine long-term sustainability for campus and district success.
Chair Murphy.
Board Member Green.
So you brought up, you shared the numbers, the 0.5 to 0.75, an increase of 0.25% of the county. Can you share what the total amount is, if you have that, of what the county is versus what the piece that we get out of that?
So county and Fayette County are two different. And so they get a certain percentage on their own, we get our own percentage.
Okay.
So that was just to represent. And so we currently get the 0.5, which is roughly $57 million a year. And then they get their own rate.
Do we know what their rate is?
It's 1.75.
Yeah, 1.75.
It's 1.75. So when that gets billed, are those numbers put together? Are we separating them for discussion point? But when it's billed, is it?
No, we do. We have our own. Rodney, you want to explain? Yeah.
Yes, we have our own collection process related to it. It's not tied to the PVA, not tied to the sheriff's office that's been reported. Those two things are not related to us. That's related to property taxes. Occupational license tax, we collect our own in-house.
And then the county, the LFUCG collects their own as well?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not combined. All right. Thank you for that. So from my understanding that FCPS is recently eligible for this change. I think it was last implemented in 1986. Can you speak again to the eligibility point, if that was discussed in the solution work group as well?
Yeah, so in the 2020 census, we passed the 300,000 inhabitants mark, and that unlocked the opportunity for Fayette County Public Schools to have that, or to go after that additional 0.25%. No other county has that option in the state of Kentucky because Jefferson County already has it, and so they have the 0.75, and Fayette, it was unlocked because of the 300,000 or more inhabitants in the county, and so that has been put into place for those who have that type of number of inhabitants. And so Fayette's the only one eligible.
Board Member Green.
Thank you. So we talk about the impact it would have on the individual. What is the impact it would have at the business level with the net profit part of this tax? Do you
I'm
have
sorry,
any?
can you repeat that? Yeah.
So the OLT impacts individual employees and businesses. And
Correct.
so what would the impact be on a business? If you have and if you don't have any examples, you can provide those later. I didn't know if it was discussed in the solutions work group.
Yes. So businesses, just like employees pay, it varies. I mean, it depends on how much your net profit is. That's how much it would go up or down, depending on that situation. I can tell you, based on our estimates, 22% of the revenue we get off OLT is related to net profits, and 78% is related to payroll.
As a revenue stream, in terms of the, for lack of a better term, the net cast, how does this revenue stream differ from some others that the board might consider or could potentially consider?
Well, okay, school finance is cyclical. Okay, so everybody knows about SEEK dollars. That's monthly. As Fayette County, the way we're situated, related to our assessments and growth, then we get less SEEK dollars than most of the state. We rely more on the tax dollars. So although we get SEEK dollars monthly, it's a set amount, and then we don't even know the final set amount for SEEK until when.
It's later on. The tentative SEEK comes in September, and then the final SEEK doesn't come until it's even in the spring, really, because they have to evaluate where we're at. And so really, it's interesting because we do a final working budget in September, but the tentative SEEK comes in September.
So with that being said, then you get into the property taxes. The property taxes, once the board approves it within 45 days of getting those numbers, Then them funds start to come in late October and November and December. That's when we see a big impact on property taxes. Okay, as far as OLT, that comes in, but in April is when we get one of our quarterly reports. And that's usually a telltale sign of where we're going to end up related to our occupational license tax. After the president passed the approval that people don't have to fill out a form to say they want an extension or anything else, when we looked at the numbers that came in April, we noticed about we are $3 million behind where we normally are. Now, those people could have paid it in July, or companies could have paid it in July. We're right now analyzing that because the July quarterly reports just now came into our office at the end of July and started coming in. We got buckets of mail. We're working through it out right now. That's where it gets into the situation where we tell you that, well, I tell you specifically that I can't tell you a number until I know what kind of revenue we had come in. So theoretically, the $3 million that we were behind may have came in now. I don't know that yet. But by next week, I will know, and then I'll be able to project and tell you what it's going to look like that may come in later in November. So there's that part of it. So it's cyclical in how it all comes in. SEEK is monthly. Property taxes primarily come in October, November, and December. Occupational license taxes coming in, but the big portions of it, again, come in bunches, in April and July. And it sounds funny to say July, but it's July for things that happen through June 30th, okay?
That's for businesses that have a fiscal year.
I'm sorry?
That's for businesses that have a fiscal year July 1 to June 30. Is that, so individuals pay it in April and businesses, is that why you're saying June 30th?
Yeah, they all have to send their reports in to us based off what they have.
Right.
The taxes collected and the business, yes.
Also, I'm sorry, I wanted to correct, and this is what I've researched off of Google, so forgive me, I'm not part of LFUCG, but it appears that their OLT is actually 2.25%.
That's just their share. It doesn't include the school portion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Mundy.
When I was looking at the documents that the work group was provided, and there was a list of questions, there was one question that was brought forth about the sheriff's office getting an additional $1 million for the collection of the tax if the tax was to pass. Is that additional $1 million coming out of that 13.5 to 16, or is that already?
No, it's not.
Okay.
The sheriff's tax collection, as I stated earlier, I remember the slide, but the earlier slide was talking about it, that's related to property tax. It has nothing to do with occupational license tax.
Okay, got you.
And the cyclical trend you were discussing, and you noted that, and I may be getting a little ahead of ourselves, but that there's been an outlier in that for this particular fiscal year. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so what would be our degree of confidence that this recommendation would bring in the estimated revenues listed here? What is our basis on that? What data are we using to make those projections?
Well, if we're projecting, again, based on trends that we're going to get $54 to $57 million, then if there's a 0.5, half of that multiplied out will give you that difference. And so that's why we projected it that rate. I mean, Lexington, let's be very clear, is not recession resistant. I mean, not recession proof, but it is recession resistant. So we've seen things that Lexington normally don't happen in other communities.
So it's at least 0.025 of the 57 million that's in the budget now. I think that was the most recent number for the OLT. For 24-25, the revenue was 57 million, I think.
Yeah, that's the 0.5. That's not the additional 0.25 added to that.
But it would be the 0.25 or 0.025 of that.
Above that?
That's the amount you're talking about.
Yes, that would have been the tentative budget that we had a previous, I think it was like 73 million.
Right, okay.
Chair Murphy.
Board Member Mundy.
This is another process question. Is the OLT tax subject to recall? Because there is no election this year. So would that be an added expense?
It is subject to recall.
So we would have to pay for a special election?
Depending on if you got the signatures needed for recall.
Yeah, but if we got the signatures, how much are we talking?
I don't know.
Okay, could we find out?
Yeah.
Or give us an estimate? I think that's something we need to take in consideration. And Chair Murphy?
Board Member Mundy.
One more question. I apologize. I may ask some questions out of order at the end because I kind of made my question list before we came in. But one thing that I am going to request, and I'm just one board member, and if it's too much work, I get it. But looking at the frequently, or the Q&A document, there was the question of what happens if the OLT does not pass, if we do not take it. And there were lots of things that were stated in there. Can we see a list of reductions like we saw for the $8 million that was done previously without the OL, if we do not take the OLT, and see where those reductions would lie? Because there were a lot listed. But I really want to see where that impact will be.
So you're just saying if we don't get this revenue, what specific things will we have to reduce? Okay.
That's kind of complicated because it would be really a board decision and discussion. It would possibly be some of the work that we continue working with the work group on to determine where that would occur. It would occur through administration to look at, because the only kind of direction we have right now is to keep it as much away from the campus as possible. And so we'd really have to sit down and look at everything to see what could and could not be, and then ultimately bring it to the board for a reduction in force. So it would be a board approval. So we can give hypotheticals, but it would ultimately be board approval required for that.
Yeah, I do understand that, and I know we're up against the clock, right? Because everything needs to be approved by the end of September, but I don't whip votes, so I don't know what everybody's vote is up here. So I want to know what that impact is going to be if that tax does not pass. And I think that's something that we need to take in consideration and see, even if it's still somewhat hypothetical, because that could be what we face.
Who wants it first? Board Member Ferguson, go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, I know we have one more recommendation, but I thought when the budget work group, I guess, results tally and whatever recommendations came out, they were listed in a priority order. And is there any rhyme or reason to the order they're listed in here? Or is the ranking in here anywhere?
They were presented on the first slides in the ranking order.
Yeah.
On here? But they're not listed in the order. Oh, so where it says Budget Solutions Work Group recommendations, those are in the order, okay. Okay, but they're in a different order in the packet. That's okay.
We divided them between long-term, short-term.
Board Member Green.
Thank you.
Chair Murphy, thank you. I just wanted to kind of reiterate Dr. Monday's request about seeing what potential impacts could be and if that would hit the classrooms. We have our discretionary positions that are $30 million. You know, and those are very important to our students in our classrooms. I know they're titled discretionary, but and all the other conversations that we had. So again, to her point, I know it's impossible to ask for exacts, but just an idea of what the impact could be. Because as we've discussed, I think every board member has reiterated that cuts that seemingly may not touch the classrooms do have unintended consequences. And so providing us with that information to understand the cost of this potential recommendation one way or the other would be important. And then lastly, if I can, just on the process part of the OLT, I know that there is a timeline for notification to the public and providing of an additional hearing. And so I didn't know if there was discussion, because it is a potential recommendation that the administration may bring when we talk about the budget. Is there a discussion about those procedure pieces?
Yeah, I mean, the board would have to have a consensus to make the recommendation to advertise for that.
And I will add on to what both Board Member Mundy and Board Member Green said. I think it would be helpful, not just for the board, and I recognize that ultimately the budgetary decisions would be in the hands of the board, but certainly the administration would bring us recommendations, is what type of recommendations would come absent the additional revenue streams. It would be important, mainly because the common thread that I'm seeing in all of these conversations, what I'm hearing from folks in the community, what we heard from the budget work group, what we discussed as a board, all the way back in February, right, when we did our budget workshop, the message, the common thread, the consistent message was don't impact the classrooms, don't impact students. And so I think we as a board need to know what does that path look like, right? Because you can even go all the way back to the strategic plan, right? With student success being the #1 priority. Universally, we know, and our community has shared, that they value the education that's happening in our classrooms and that the investments in our students are making a difference. And what does it require of us as a board and as a community to continue those investments and not impact the students, and making the choices in front of us clear for both the board and the community. And if this might come before the board as a recommendation, Board Member Mundy discussed the timeline. I know we do have some time, but is it advisable, and would the board be amenable as to going ahead and scheduling a public hearing with all the options laid out? Is that something that, in terms of the timeline, that we would need to go ahead and do sooner rather than later?
So to make sure we meet the requirements, as the AG said, there's a certain day we have to do that by. I'm pretty sure we have to post it by Thursday or Friday of this week to do that. And then we'd have 7 to 10 days after the second hearing. The first time we can, 7 to 10 days after the second ad would be the first time that we can do anything about it.
Okay, so that would be, our next planning meeting is September 8th. That would be too late, right, based on the timeline you gave me?
Yes.
So it would have to be the week of the 1st, is that right?
No, we would have to do it, I don't want to be wrong, so I'm going to send it to all of y'all tomorrow morning. But we looked at it, and I do know for us to do it, the hearing would have to occur on, I think, the 4th or 5th of September.
Okay. Because I don't want it to be construed that any decisions are being made. We do need to prepare for any contingency. Mm-hmm. And the worst case scenario is we have an additional meeting that provides an additional avenue to communicate the budget, the circumstances surrounding it, and the recommendations before us and the position we are in. So,
could I ask a clarifying question? Yeah. Are you asking that kind of sort of no harm, no foul, if this is one of the directions the board goes in, to go ahead and do the posting and all of that? If it's not a recommendation, then
it's just an additional meeting to communicate.
But if it is, then it's already taken care of.
Correct.
Okay.
Does that make
Yes.
sense?
So
because no decision, my understanding is no decision has to be made at the public hearing.
No.
No.
Right.
So my staff just sent me the information, so I can clarify that right now.
Okay.
Okay, the first advertisement will have to be on August 22nd, the second one on August 29th. Then we'd have 7 to 10 days after the second advertisement to have a hearing. So the first time that could happen would be September the 5th, and the only time that can be September the 5th, unless you're going to do it over the weekend, and then the vote can occur on September the 8th.
Okay. So what are our thoughts on that? Do we, as Superintendent Liggins said, framed it a no harm, no foul, do we want to have set an additional meeting date as a just in case? Do we want to wait and send out a date survey poll and assess if we have time to meet a second time between now and the planning meeting on the 8th. Board Member Green.
Board Member Monday was
Monday.
Do you mean set a date related to the tax or just a public hearing date for the budget in general?
How does it have to be posted?
Sorry. We have to propose it. The way the writing is, we propose it. The hearing would have to occur on September the 5th, unless you're going to choose to do it over the weekend to make the September the 8th date to make the vote. So the hearing will be when everything is discussed, but the vote has to occur by September the 8th. We have 7 to 10 days to actually approve it after the second hearing. I mean, at the second ad, I'm sorry.
Because it's not a lot of turnaround from the 5th to the 8th. Board Member Green, I'm sorry.
my reason for the questioning is I just wanted to make sure we were providing the ample time that the timeline gets handled appropriately if this is an option, like Dr. Liggins said, no harm, no foul. And so I didn't know if the board would be amenable to just creating that space. So if it was something that went to fruition, all our I's would be dotted, our T's would be crossed. And I think our public has definitely demonstrated and rightfully appropriate amount of interest in what we're doing with our budget. I'm so grateful. I see so many faces that were in the Budget Solutions Work Group and in the community. So thank you all again. I just take that moment. But I think offering an additional opportunity to discuss what the OLT tax could be would be appropriate for our public.
Do you want to send out a survey of dates potentially, and then go from there, or when would we need to know the date?
It sounds like we're stuck.
So we're stuck to September 5th, right?
Or
We can't do it earlier than September 5th. Is that correct?
No, if we follow the guidelines that they laid out for us, the first time we can actually discuss it in here is 7 to 10 days after the second ad.
Okay.
And the 5th is the 7th day?
I'm sorry?
The 5th is the 7th day?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to weigh in. I mean, since you asked, and this won't shock anyone, but I have no interest in setting a public hearing for a tax increase because I have not heard from anyone in the community that supports it, no matter what party, no matter what level, it was dead last for the Budget Solutions Work Group, and I have heard nothing but opposition to the tax increase, and again, I voted against it before. I have seen nothing that makes me think this community wants this, so that's my 2 cents.
Any Board Member Monday?
If we set a date without there being a vote, does there have to be a vote on the resolution before you set the public hearing date?
Well, according to the AG, you have to have the hearing before the vote. So.
I echo Board Member Ferguson. I've not had anybody tell me that they're interested in having the tax. I'm never going to not support the community having an opportunity to be able to be heard. I was going to suggest that we go ahead and have some type of public forum or hearing for the budget in general before we take a vote once it comes out. Okay. But I can't in good faith support it. No one has told me that they support it, and I'm worried for our most vulnerable families and our most vulnerable employees, because I know those numbers don't look like a lot, but I've heard from so many people that have told me that they're barely getting by. So that's one of the reasons why I want to see that budget that does not include this tax and what it will look like. Because I'm jumping the shark a little bit, but just to talk about the elephant in the room, I mean, given what we're facing with the contingency, is this truly going to do what it says on there and mean that there's no cuts felt in the classroom, because we've already did that. I mean, in the $8 million in reductions that have already been taken, transition week was one of those things that was taken away. And, you know, I got to experience that with my son this year, and families won't get that opportunity next year. So that's already, you know, it's already happening. And, you know, given how quickly things are changing, how volatile everything is now, I mean, we can't make a guarantee that, you know, the amount of money that we get, especially for this upcoming fiscal year, is going to do what we need it to do without making some big changes in the way that we operate and the way that we do things. And I think that's another reason why taking a look at other reductions that can happen and knowing what we're facing when the time comes is particularly important. So that's my thoughts.
And if we can, since Board Member Mundy brought up the contingency, I believe that's the next thing on the slide. If you want to move on, we can.
Yes, sir. So there was 2 recommendations, actually, and we put them kind of both into the same slide here, but both a little different. One is reduce the district plan contingency fund from 6% to 4% of the total general fund budget, or take the full $16 million out of the plan contingency fund, so that you can see that as a direct funding impact. Now, one of the things that is up for review is bond rating impacted, could affect potential renovations and future construction projects, including classrooms and programs. It does preserve board strategic priorities and high quality services for this year. But, you know, we still have a challenge of expenses are starting to outpace revenues. So one of the things that would have to happen with the board is the school board would have to vote to reduce the planned contingency fund from 6% to 2% and initiate a long-term plan to build the planned contingency fund back to 6%. So question would be, what are the next steps for rebuilding our contingency fund?
Chair Murphy.
Board Member Green.
Thank you. So I'll just start with the main question. So how did I'm reading it because I wrote it down. How did the projected contingency or the carry forward balance change in such a short amount of time from when numbers were shared with the budget solution work group this summer and then just last week? And then to follow up, are there systems in place or additional systems to kind of closely monitor both the delay of revenue, as you explained, and the additional costs?
Yeah, so just a little bit, I can kind of answer it here and then come back. So what happened to the planned contingency? We had budgeted contingency for unexpected costs or emergencies. The rising inflationary costs increased greater than forecasted. We did have some end-of-year expenses that came about, increased expenses in pre-K funding. Child nutrition services has been something we're very much reviewing how to get out of that. And additional retirement payments. Also, a portion of the contingency fund has been enacted as designed in order to maintain uninterrupted services to schools, students, and staff. And one of the things, okay, so what happened to the fund balance then? So in addition to the planned contingency, we also used part of the fund balance and carried forward. Despite planning and no new spending, fixed costs rose faster than revenues. And so in a moment, we're going to hear from our colleague who does our financials for the district in Compass, Michael George, who will come up here and present a little bit about the national trends that are happening.
Chair Murphy.
Board Member Mundy.
If I could ask another contingency-related question before we move on.
You may.
I'm pretty concerned that we've gone into the contingency to the amount that we have, and we weren't made aware of that as a board. And I watched all of the work groups. I read through all of the items. I know I wasn't at the last July meeting, but I watched it. And none of the conversations that we've had has ever led me to believe that we have gone into the contingency at that amount. So then I went back to board policy because I've looked at that as well. And I thought, well, maybe that isn't something that has to happen But board policy, when it's talking about borrowing from the reserve, not borrowing from the reserve, I think it's about notifications. When you have to enter into the reserve, it says that it has to come to the board for approval. Has that happened, or is this that moment of that happening?
Thank you, Board Member Mundy, for that question. First, I want to tell Ms. Ferguson I've checked with the staff, and they have confirmed that it was $43.6 million. They did respond, you are correct, it was 42. The reason it was being because it was budgeted at 6.5% instead of 6%. And so that's why there was a difference. I just found out that.
Well, and that goes along with Dr. Mundy's question.
I'm going.
Let's let him answer Dr. Mundy's question.
And thank you for that question. You know, I anticipated that, so I want to make sure I go through this actually. Before I want to respond, I want to give you some context. As Executive Director of Financial Accounting Benefits Services, I've honestly recently taken over the budget part of this since July 1st. My focus has always been about actuals. They have not been related in trend and estimates that I can provide to you. I presented those actuals to the board as I know them through June, whatever else, and I'm very confident what those actuals are every July through May. My hesitation is, and my focus was not to make guesses because of when we say things right now out there, any number that's there, it comes back on us and say, well, this is what the number that you said. When I became aware, part of the regular process, going through year-end closes that I report to the board every year, if you go back and look at the last slide that I give to you, it says very clearly, this is the process we go through from right here to verify the numbers at year-end. In doing so, I noticed that there was going to be a potential problem. And I did tell the budgeting group on July, I'm not sure what the date is, but the second work group, I told them, is if you go through, I think it's 1 hour and 11 minutes to 1 hour and 19 minutes, I completely told them that there's concern here, we may not be at that number, as I noticed it. So the minute I knew about the actuals, I reported it, just like I've been telling the board when I saw that there's going to be a problem potentially with occupational license tax coming in, just like I talked about related to food service. So the minute I knew, I reported it. The actual process of year end, we reconcile all the numbers to prepare for the audit, and once I knew that, I'd go from there. But the numbers that I give you every month, from July to May that I've given you already related to July through June, I'm sorry, because June reflects May, reflected everything. So it tells you about the expenses that we have, the budget, the expenses that we have, the actual orders that are treasury that are signed. All these things are signed and presented as we go forward. These things were unseen in certain aspects of it. The retirement payouts, for example, KTRS is very minimal. It's in the thousands. It's related to prior period adjustments that can happen decades ago. KPPA, which is the CRS portion, however, is very large, $2 million as we reconcile that, and that's an issue. The question becomes, how do we address that? Do we keep dealing with it as a liability, or we make it an expense so it wipes out every year? So as I knew, I reported as soon as I had the ability to tell. I also told the audit committee when we met in July, Board Member Green is in there, and is in the minutes related to that also. So the minute I knew, I told. As far as being over the budget, that was not my preview, my purpose. It just now came on me July 1st, but I can tell you as soon as I knew about it, I started reporting it to the board.
Thank you for that. I think there needs to be a procedure in place that when something like that happens, it goes to all 5 board members fairly quickly, because we don't have any more wiggle room for this to happen again. And like you said, they were unforeseen. So, and like I said, things are volatile right now.
I totally agree. Yeah. We leaned into that, and we're going to put process and procedures in place to address that quarterly. Looking at it where we stand, I'm going to be having a conversation directly with the superintendent and the deputy superintendent, working with the budget staff accordingly to put things in place that we accurately reflect where we are at that time. I can unequivocally tell you we're going through every line item right now looking at it. Is there any fluff in this budget at all that we can address? How are we going to deal with the expenses and the revenue? But there's always going to be unknowns. There's going to be unfunded mandates like Senate Bill, is it 181, am I saying it correctly? 181. They're not funding that. We got to pay for that. That's not in the millions, but it's the type of things that we face. When there's floods in Kentucky and insurance changes, policies go away, we have to deal with that. and so forth. So there are things that come unexpectedly, but I can tell you unequivocally, I pledge to you, we are looking at all that solid.
Board Member Ferguson.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I think at least to me, the crux of the question was, has the contingency already been dipped into? Have some of those dollars already been spent? Was the answer yes or no?
As I stated earlier, Board Member Ferguson, because I don't want to be stuck with a number that I've told you at this meeting and then it changes, I'm very hesitant to give a number. But I can tell you I will know as early as middle of next week, and I'll report that to Superintendent Liggins, and he will share it with you. We go through this process every year related to accruals for year-end expenses and revenue. Once I get that number, it will tell me what number we're at, how far we've dipped into contingency, if at all.
And then you mentioned the budget work group meeting. I think it was the second meeting on July 15th. Did you say you told the budget work group that the contingency was low? Or that you were worried that the contingency was low? Did I hear you?
No, the question asked from the committee was basically, could they access it? And then they said they wanted clarification about the contingency could be utilized. And the ask had been touched in the last 5 years. I said, no, as it's not. But I said, therefore, we don't know what that number is, if it exists or not. And until we know that, we cannot necessarily say that this is the best way to solve it, to take it fully out of contingency.
Well, I went back and watched that exact section that you mentioned, and just before that, one of the members of the work group, I'm not sure who it was, but said the district's sitting on $93 million, which that must have been taken from 2 previous years of carry forward, and something about that the contingency is obviously low-hanging fruit to solve this 16 million projected deficit. And then a couple more questions were asked about contingency, and the moderator, Dr. Cleveland, said, it sounds like they want to hear about contingency. And then that's when you got up to talk and mentioned that the contingency had not been touched in 5 years, and the money is still there. I mean, I'm wondering.
Oh, I never said the money was still there.
You said them funds are there.
No, I said we haven't touched it in 5 years. I said the money may not be there.
And them funds are there.
Yeah, I never said it would be there. The funds were there. You can play the clip. I know I did not say that.
Members, please.
Anyway, my concern is that someone on the budget work group sat there and said the district's sitting on $93 million, and then when you, Director of Finances, or Dr. Barber, who is over budget to some degree, no one got up and said the district is not sitting on $93 million.
I'll be honest, I don't recall that question.
Well, and that's fair enough, but I watched that, and it was a little concerning, because I thought, why would we continue to let this individual on the committee think that we were sitting on $93 million? Because I'm pretty sure all of us knew that was not the case. Thank you.
Board Member Green.
Chair Murphy, thank you. So back in May, we talked about the FY25 budget is balanced and healthy. And so my first question is, would you still consider that to be a true statement?
So the statement I make every month is related to assets versus liability. People of the budget work group is here. There's a thing called a quick ratio. In relation to that, our assets versus liability show we were at a good stand at that point. I have not written the financials for June yet, because I want to make sure all accruals for expenses and revenue. And when I say accruals, for those in the audience who may not understand what I'm talking about, any expense that relates to an invoice that's June 30th or earlier has to be moved back. That's an expense. Any revenues, such as occupational license tax or some other revenue that came in after June 30th, has to be moved back. And the net effect of that goes against our ending fund balance and lets us know where we stand related to ending fund balance and contingency.
Okay, and so then the additional revenue that we may get beyond that point would go into the next budget, actually?
Yes. And the problem for clarification of the OLT, if we do not collect it all by next week, as I'm hoping we do, then the reason it's an issue for previous year, although we get it in the current year, is that the audit has to be over with by November. So when we get it, it's too late to change the financials to reflect it going back if that's when somebody files for it. But again, I should know what we're expecting that we don't have at this point by the middle of next week.
And I reached out to many industry partners and talked about building their budgets and the contingency projected and then actuals. And a lot of them shared that a 2% change, they plan for 2 to 5% actually in some spaces. And I know we've always budgeted very conservatively with that 6% request of a hold. We've seen very volatile 2 years with the economy. And so are there changes going forward to the budget process where we can cushion the districts to that volatility and maybe not see as much of a swing from the projected to the actuals?
Yeah, I think something that we're studying closer is the variability of the gap of what's happening with the budget, both month to month. But what we're really looking at is how much money are we actually spending that's going at a higher cost? And how do we know that percentage of cost that it's going to be? So we're evaluating those terms and figuring out how to include that in better figures.
I know, Mr. Jackson, you indicated that some of this is just attributable to delayed tax collections. Have other entities who rely on those types of tax revenues seen similar delays?
The best way I can describe that is in your personal taxes. You fill out your personal taxes, let's say you owe the federal and state. You may choose to pay the federal taxes on time by April 15th, but choose to pay the state later. So people can choose, or companies can choose which bill they want to pay at any time. We have no control over that whatsoever.
And so my understanding is when there's a delay in revenue, then that obviously cannot be factored into the carry forward from the previous budget, but instead has to be factored into revenue in the current year budget. Is that correct?
In this particular case, because in November when we find out, yes. But normally, like I said, by the end of August, I know what revenue we're going to see by the end of the year.
Do we have a rough estimate of what that might be, and does that factor into planning for the next budget?
Again, sir, with all due respect, I'm very cognizant of what you're asking, but I hesitate to give you a number, and then that's the number we keep getting pushed against that is not true. So when I give you a number, I want to make sure it's the gospel, and that's the number we're actually facing.
Chair Murphy?
Board Member Mundy.
I do want to say, just to make it really clear, I know that we're talking for our whole budget, we're talking a small amount of money, but it seems like for us, for the next little bit, every small bit of money is going to mean a whole lot. And so if there are ever any changes like this, if we can find out as quickly as possible, and I know we're being told that's what you did, and I appreciate that, but also, there's, in the FAQ, there's also another area that talks about, just to follow up on my approval process question, that final approval for using contingency funds must come to the board during a public meeting, ensuring transparency and accountability, and it says use of the contingency fund is not automatic. So I don't know if we've ever had to do that. I know we haven't had to dip into the contingency for a while, or what that looks like, or if that comes once the actuals are done, or I guess I'm wondering, like, what's the trigger, the alarm to make sure that we don't use the 2% we're going to carry over next year and then we end it in the negative?
Well, I think right now, as we're planning and developing, there needs to be trigger points along the way, and we develop that within approval process right now.
So that wasn't in place prior?
I'm sorry?
Nothing like that was in place prior?
I think it depends on if you have an evaluation of what the policy and you're looking at it, unforeseen circumstances take place, you know, and as the budget, and we're finding out about it, until it's audited, we still don't have the exact figures.
And Dr. Monday, I can tell you, and so can, I'm sure, at least 3 former board members in here that covered, along with me, the last 20 years, that we have never gotten this close to even getting below the 6% of the contingency.
Board Member Green.
Chair Murphy, I think to everybody's point, all of these recommendations are valid, and I think they all need to be considered, if not in completion, in parts. And so I don't want to take away an opportunity or an option of one of these recommendations. So back to the discussion about the public hearing, the no harm, no foul. I think it's prudent that this was one of the recommendations, and so I don't want to take steps that takes away one of the recommendations that we did here. So I would like to revisit having that as just an option to engage the public. So if it does come presented from administration as part of the working budget, we have done all of our parts.
And my understanding is if we proceed with a hearing, that does not obligate the board. That's proceeding with the hearing is not taking a position on the OLT. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because I think the consensus is we do need more information. I mean, no one is prepared to take action on, obviously, the budget or anything like that, because we need to see the full scope of what the recommendations would be. We need to see the full scope of how, and I see we have implemented some of these to varying degrees. We've implemented some of these working group recommendations, but I would be amenable at the very least to just another opportunity, both for the board to have a conversation about these issues, hopefully have a clearer understanding of where we are with our revenue streams and the anticipated delayed revenue that's going to be coming in the fall. And again, a greater sense of what the administration's recommendations will be once you all see and respond to some of these questions that we asked tonight and analyze some of the impacts that they would have on students. So I'm not prepared to make any decision, obviously, tonight or to foreclose any recommendation that's before us. So I would be amenable to scheduling another hearing as a just in case so that the board has all of its options on the table. But again, I don't have a position one way or the other because I need more information and some more specific answers before we move forward.
Can I ask one more question about the OLT?
You may.
I'm just curious, because when it was voted on before, I think you, Dr. Monday, asked about if there was if we could set it as a sunsetting period, like can we just take it for 1 year, 1 calendar year, or well, it has to be the calendar year. And I think that answer was no, but because it would be a source of recurring revenue and compounding, I guess, why was it considered a short-term solution? I'm just curious on that. If I'm looking at this right, I think it was under short-term.
I think short-term mentioned things you can do now versus things that we can do in future years, not that it wouldn't carry over.
Okay, that makes sense.
Traditionally, we've, talked about conservative budget practices, and that's kind of built in some cushion for us in years past, right? So that when we get to this point, it's like, well, we've anticipated some of these uncertainties. So what makes this, what makes the budget that we're facing now different? And I know that there's volatility and so forth, but what is there one thing that it can be attributed to? Is it a combination of factors? Can we be assured in the estimates in the working budget that whatever led to some of the current uncertainties right now can be mitigated or addressed?
I think it's a combination of things. I think the board has made some really strategic investments to prioritize the classroom and to provide world-class supports. Literally, we have a world-class education going on. I walked around last week. I was in 22 schools. It was amazing to see what was happening even day one, day two, kids learning, teachers getting them excited about their passions. And listen, I've been in a lot of different districts, and so the level of support here is second to none. So I think that investment is costly, and I think it costs. And over time, as you build on that, you have to prioritize, and I think that's where you're at. I think you have to prioritize, if revenues are not outpacing expenditures and costs are on the rise, there has to be decisions made. And so this is a tough year because the economy is impacted and it is changing. And there's evidence and there's markers surrounding that. And so we are influenced by that and we are impacted by that. And it's just like this. Think about your mortgage. If you got to pay a mortgage and every day you know this is the salary that's coming in, you're like, this is my salary, I know I'm going to get it. But all of a sudden, you have a catastrophe or something happens, your car breaks down, groceries prices go up, things going on. Well, guess what? Your planned savings is going to be gone. And that's where we're at. So we have a pivotal moment that we have to take on as a district. And we have to make decisions about what is the best for our kids and our families, and how are we going to do it? And what is it going to take?
So can we please abandon this theory or policy of we're going to spend this year's money on this year's kids, since we seem to have spent every single penny of this year's money on this year's kids?
Is that a question? If there are no further questions on this particular piece, I think, is Mr. George?
Yes.
Is that the next
Mr. George,
part of this?
come on up.
Because I think I do have some questions, but I want to hear from Mr. George first, because he may address some of them.
Good evening. Just by way of introduction, for you all, a reminder, and for the audience, I'm Michael George with Compass Municipal Advisors. We are the municipal advisor to the district, and so we work with you all specifically on the building fund side and the debt part of your budgets. And so we work with you all in terms of issuing debt, establishing credit ratings, and working with you on the capital facilities plan and the building plan. And so we work not only with you all, but other school districts in the state of Kentucky and other school districts across the Southeast. And so we've got a lot of experience, and we see a lot of different financial situations and trends specifically in this area and how they impact school districts. And so what I've been asked to provide tonight is just kind of what we see in terms of a nationwide impact from the revenue side and the expense side of the budget. And so I'll start with the revenue side first. You all, like a lot of school districts across the country, experienced a big increase in revenue right after COVID due to the influx of federal money. And as we started seeing property values expand, we've seen those revenues start to kind of plateau nationwide with some of the cooling data with the economy. We also see on the revenue side, we've seen Kentucky school districts and specifically trail nationwide averages in terms of revenue increases because of the taxing system that we have in Kentucky, A, relying on property tax, and B, being limited to the 4% increase, which in many ways has not kept up with inflation or the actual increase of housing prices. And so from kind of a big picture national perspective, we're starting to see slowing revenue growth in Kentucky and in the country as a whole, specifically the Southeast. On the expense side, no surprise, we're seeing increases both on the capital construction side, which comes out of the building fund, and then obviously on the operations side, when it comes to day-to-day expenses, as well as wage increases. And so from a big picture perspective, We like to kind of rely on the credit rating agencies to paint kind of a better picture of the national kind of school district economy. And so when we take a big picture step back, Moody's Investor Service recently issued a negative outlook for K through 12 schools nationwide. And then again, this is attributed to the slowing revenue numbers as well as the increased cost on both the construction side and on the operating side. And so from a big picture perspective, we've seen school districts face these economic challenges, or we're starting to see school districts face these economic challenges in which fund balances have started to plateau, and there's even been projections of drawdown on those fund balances. And so, again, we just wanted to provide you all with what we see in terms of the national impact on the revenue and expense side. I also am happy to answer any questions that you have pertaining to debt, credit ratings, and anything that kind of falls into that bucket.
Chair Murphy.
Member Green.
I have two. One is about what's happening at the federal level with the bill that was passed this summer and the implications. I think it's important as a body that's charged with making long-term decisions. There could be implications of a loss of a substantial amount of funding all through K through 12, which I anticipate that was part of Moody's reflection in that rating. But can you speak to that and the impact it would have locally and then the bond rating as well?
Yeah, so you're exactly right. That was referenced in the Moody's rating report, and you know, it's typically framed in kind of the unknown bucket in which school districts don't know exactly how much federal funding they're going to get, and so not only does the decrease impact you all from a credit perspective, but the unknowns also make it hard from a budgeting perspective, and so that absolutely will have an impact, obviously, on you all in school districts nationwide in terms of the money coming in the door and your ability to plan for it. On the rating side, you know, I think that was a big part of the national rating outlook was the uncertainty around both state and federal revenue, I think with the state being more of the pass-through. And so that was a big reason for that negative outlook, and it's a big reason as to why they are expecting decreases in small decreases in fund balances nationwide.
And you indicated that based on the work you do in your analysis that Kentucky school districts tend to lag behind on those revenue shortages, lag behind the rest of the country. Can you speak to that a little bit more?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things to look at. If you look at first, fund balances in Kentucky typically are less than median averages. And then secondarily, most Kentucky school districts rely on, at least at the local level, really only utility taxes and property taxes. And so as you all know, you're limited to the 4% increase on the property tax side unless you want to go to the voters for a tax that would be subject to recall. And so when you're in a situation of 6-8% inflation or 6 or 8% increases in property assessments, you all are actually only capturing 4% of that. And so you're falling behind that inflationary target. And so being a state that is limited somewhat in your tax revenue, i.e. no ability to levy a sales tax, those types of things, then you are relying on that 4% trigger of your property tax.
And based on the districts you've worked with, what's the general response to this climate, this adverse economic climate, generally?
Yeah, so obviously every school district's different in terms of their financial situations, and so the school districts that we're seeing getting squeezed on the funding side or having really high expenses, we're seeing them having to make sacrifices, whether it be cuts, whether it be tax increases, in order to preserve the financial health of the district.
Board Member Green.
Thank you, Chair Murphy. On the contingency percentage from 6 that we've normally had to 2, would that change in the number in the working budget for FY26? Would that impact our bond rating locally?
Yes. If you look at your existing credit rating report, they specifically cite fund balance. And so if the fund balance is drawn below 6%, I think it's very likely that you will get a downgrade on your credit rating with the release of the audit. And so that will impact, obviously, your cost of capital when you borrow for capital projects. And so that increase in cost of capital really equates to limiting your bonding potential or lowering your bonding potential because you're paying more in interest.
Have you seen similarly situated districts go down that particular road or one road or the other? And are there any lessons we can glean from those, or is this just a kind of we're all in this together situation?
Well, I think from a credit rating perspective, there's 2 things to look at. There's the kind of immediate impact, and then what is the plan to get back up to where you were from a credit perspective. And so I think it's important, obviously you all want to focus on shoring up the budget and making sure that you all are in the best position possible for the next 12 months, 24 months. But I do think it's important as you all work through these different budget challenges and changes that you think about what is your long-term target from a credit perspective. What is the long-term target for fund balance policy? How is that going to impact my cost of capital? And then how are we going to relay this message to the credit rating agencies so that they feel comfortable assigning you all the appropriate credit rating that helps lower your cost of capital?
Thank you. Any other questions, board members? Okay. Board Member Green.
Thank you, Chair Murphy. So when Dr. Monday and myself both asked kind of if the OLT was not implemented, what would the impacts be for positions and with the schools? Could we also hear what the impacts would be depending on if the OLT was used or not to our bond ratings?
So I think at the end of the day, they're just going to look at your fund balance and they're going to look at revenues versus expenditures. And so at the end of the day, if it's new revenue that gets you there or decreases in expenses or some combination of both, they're just going to look at that fund balance number and then they're going to see if there's a sustainable path going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it would be and that may be a question for staff or administration as we get more questions answered and get a better understanding of the landscape of the choices facing the board and the community is kind of, and if this is something you can work with the team, Mr. George, on, is just a rough projection. I know it's these are very difficult numbers to project, but running through various scenarios of option A could lead to this, option B could lead to that. Does that make sense?
Yes, if you all have various scenarios, and make sure I understand this question correctly, if you all have various financial scenarios that you all want to run by us from a credit perspective, absolutely, we're happy to look at all of them and provide feedback.
Correct. I think that would be helpful if that's something Superintendent Liggins and Dr. Barber,
absolutely,
you all can work with the fiscal agent on. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a recap of the Budget Solutions Work Group recommendations in total, so you can kind of see everything together. Some actions that we did take this past school year, 10% reduction, eliminated non-essential overtime pay for employees, and strategically used non-general funds when allowable. Something we already planned for coming in the tentative budget, 8.9 million cut at the district level budget, 1 million in reduction in actual positions at John D. Price, including assistant superintendent, chief, directors, associate directors, et cetera. And we did some reduction in contractual extended days. We also did a 20 to 30% reduction in all department budgets, depending on the department. Additionally, we had some recent actions taken this past week, or I guess Friday, reassigning the financial accounting, budget and benefit services department to report directly to superintendent, implement a mandatory hold on filing or filling any district office vacancies, limit all out-of-state or overnight professional learning travel funded by the general fund to essential purposes only, pause all maintenance projects unless they're directly related to health or safety needs, hire retirees only for substitute teaching roles, and the clarification here is retirees will not be hired in critical shortage status. So for clarification, we will continue to hire retirees in part-time roles following the daily wage threshold guidelines. And I think Jenny's here if you want to give any other context, if needed.
Any questions on that provision, board members? For Ms. Dyer.
Okay. Also providing monthly public updates to keep the community informed, and launch an internal review of current and past financial procedures to ensure best practices. Some additional considerations for you as a school board, and these are potential future budget solutions. Discontinue staff pay raises for the foreseeable future, potentially reduce staffing allocations above the state ratio, which could be up to $32 million in reductions, reduce staff through reduction in force, including federally funded positions, cut school level budgets, which could be reducing Section 6, giving the minimum 100 per student. It is potential you could also raise property taxes. I'm just giving the option out there, Fayette County, above the 4% level, but that varies depending upon the rate in terms of actual what you can bring in.
Chair Murphy.
Board Member Green.
Thank you. On the school level budgets, you said giving the minimum of 100. Can you share what we give per student now?
I think it varies, but it's up to 116 max. Yeah.
And then reduce the staff allocations above the state ratio. Can you just kind of, in our discussion of what the state requires versus what we do with discretionary, can you kind of review that at a very high level, what that might mean?
Yeah, at a very high level, what that means is that we would we would go down to probably the state ratios or somewhere in between there, and that would actually reduce staff overall, but it would allow for there to shore up some funding, free up some money.
And this may be a question you can't answer, and that's okay. Are there general categories of positions that we know that this would cut?
I'd like to be careful in answering that because I don't want to stoke any fear out there. Yeah, but Dr. Liggins, you're welcome to share if you.
It's above and beyond all that is required by law, which are the basic educational courses.
Thank you.
Were any of these factors or this list part of the work group discussion, and if so, what was the feedback?
No, I think there were some conversations surrounding these areas, but I think it was more about tenable to how do we avoid hitting the classroom or avoid hitting direct services to students. There was some conversations that took place. I don't think anybody talked about raising property taxes, though. Higher than 4%.
Chair Murphy.
Board Member Mundy.
When we're talking about reducing like staff allocations, and I've mixed up my slides, so I may have like jumped ahead, and we may not have seen the 1 million reductions in positions at John D. Price. Oh, we did? Okay. Yeah. I think one of the issues when we're talking about staff reductions is that I don't have a good idea of what those staff reductions are, where they are. I know we have that position list that is literally a crazy amount of pages, a crazy amount of positions that I can't pinpoint who, what, or where they are. So I just want to push for, if that does come to the board, that we actually see a bit more detail. I don't need names, but I do need to know, like, positions, where they're located, are they actually going into the classroom, maybe even how often they are in schools, if they are a John D. Price position. Because I know a lot of people are based here, but their primary role is seeing students and in, you know, those spaces. But just being as detailed as possible, because we don't have, or I will speak for myself, I don't have that context with what I've been given as board member so far.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, board members?
All right. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know if this is a question or a comment or a statement. You know, it seems like you read the headlines, and I was thinking about this today because I did an activity in class. It's the first of the school year. We're helping students, you know, think about history and how to analyze primary sources. And so we were talking about context, and Mr. George kind of spoke to this, of the context facing K-12 schools is tumultuous right now. And I just did a glance through some of the challenges districts are facing across the country. And some of the same frustrations we've heard here, we hear in our community, we feel as board members. Chicago Public Schools, $734 million budget shortfall. They have a spending plan that calls for cutting meal prep staff, crossing guards, janitorial workers, 161 layoffs, elimination of 200 vacant positions, and then weeks later they announced 1,400 other layoffs. Oregon Public Media talked about Portland Public Schools, $43 million in reduction. In Minnesota, Minneapolis Public Schools, $75 million budget gap. Marion County, Florida, $64 million budget deficit. They recommend to address it, increasing class sizes across all grade levels, adjusting school staffing ratios, and releasing its committed fund balance. Columbus City Schools, $50 million. Again, it's the same story all across the country. Fairbanks, Alaska, $16 million deficit in a relatively small school district, and one of the proposals is to close the gap by increasing class sizes and laying off 150 staff. Memphis, $150 million in fiscal year 2025, eliminating 675 positions. So it seems like, and then here in Kentucky, Jefferson County, I guess imitation is the highest form of flattery, because they announced this week they're going to form a budget work group, similar to what we did, to address a $100 million deficit. Newport Independent up in northern Kentucky, $3.9 million. In my own county where I teach, we had to close our early learning center because of the budget challenges. And then I got to digging here. We have SEEK funding that has not kept pace with inflation. Since 2012, SEEK funding's down about 20%. And if SEEK had just kept pace with inflation, this year, we would have received an extra $27 million in SEEK dollars. And SEEK has not been fully funded on the transportation side, which costs us an extra about $4 million a year. 2018 entirely ended funding for textbooks, professional learning, state funding for preschool, and extended school services, which is one of the reasons we're facing challenges right now, are at 2019 levels. And so, I mean, when I think about the challenges that we're facing, I often also have to think about the context. And have we factored the realities facing public schools all across Kentucky and here and all across the country? Have we factored these challenges into our budget and financial planning and how we navigate that context?
Yeah, I think it's a moment where we're seeing trends exist not just here in Fayette County, but across the country, and we're taking those those things in consideration. We recognize it's not just us, but we also know we have to do something about it. And so that is something why we're bringing this to you, and why the Budget Solutions Work Group brought about some recommendations. But I think it's a pivotal moment, and I think we have an opportunity, and we have to figure out how to navigate it forward.
And I agree, and I also think it's incumbent on us, and it's incumbent on the district. We've got to make that clear in our communications as well. How we communicate with the board, how we communicate with the community, to help folks understand both the context, the stakes, how we've made choices, how we intend to make choices moving forward, and what exactly our intentions are as we move forward. And so that's one of the things. I appreciate the opportunity to ask questions. I still have some more additional questions. Obviously, we asked for some additional information this evening that I would like to see as we navigate this. But I think, you know, the biggest takeaway for me is we recognize that it's a pivotal moment for public education everywhere. And so, and we have to be cognizant of that in the decisions we make, the steps that we move forward, and the way that we communicate those challenges. And look, we heard from UK Federal Credit Union this morning, or this, that felt like this morning, this evening, the value of community partners, right? Because public schools don't exist in isolation. They exist with the support of our community. And so we have to be mindful of that as we move forward. That's why I appreciate the work of the Budget Work Group, hearing those recommendations, and helping them guide our next steps moving forward.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Liggins.
Chair Murphy, if I could just for a moment. I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't just point this one piece out, especially with me being a new board member and going through this process for the first time. I think one of the biggest differences I've seen between like our neighbors in Louisville and Newport is that once they saw that they had these budgetary issues and challenges, they had lists of what they were going to do about it immediately. They ripped the Band-Aid off. This has been a process that we have been going through for quite a bit, and it feels like as we go through that process, we get a lot of surprises along the way. You know, the first one being that we were even $16 million short with $8 million reductions that had already taken place. And then, you know, pop up what we're going to look at passing a tax. And then now we've spent a portion of our contingency, and it is concerning, right? And it's one of the reasons why, you know, I think we have lost some of the community's trust, and it is something we have to work on and do much better than we do now. We have to make sure that all the information is out there and we recognize both pieces of the coin, right? Or both sides of the coin, excuse me. I completely understand what's happening. Inflation, we're feeling it. You know, I feel it at the grocery store. All of those are valid reasons, but also the spending that the district has done prior, right, in past years. Just in 23-24, we spent $10 million out of the travel fund or out of the general fund for professional development and leave, and all those pieces have implications on what our budget looks like now. And I know the question has come up time and time again, how did we get here? And sometimes when you ask those questions as to why do we know that we have to meet the $16 million shortfall, why are we still approving trips for travel that aren't required? We have to take those things into consideration. So I appreciate the superintendent in sending his message that he did this week and acknowledging that we're going to have to make some changes and, you know, using the word a crisis, because that's exactly what it is. But we also have to move forward and be much more transparent than we've been, you know, with us as board members, with the community, because it's a burden that we're all going to have to feel, even our children.
Thank you. I want to clarify a couple of things you said. Monica, and first, sorry, board member Mundy. First, I wanted to state that it is very, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I think the precipitating great relationship is communication and getting better at that, and that is something that we're certainly committed to doing. It's been published, and it was unfortunately a typo of an assistant. There was never $10 million spent out of general funds. Someone put an extra one in a place, and or an extra digit, whatever it was, and it extended it. It was not that amount by any stretch of the imagination. I also think it's very important that we as I can't stress enough one of the things that we've taken very seriously in this community, or in this district, I've taken as a superintendent of this community, is the feedback I received from this community when coming in 4 years ago about what this community wanted to see in its public schools. I sat with many, many people, and I've shared the story over and over again, where it was stated we've been having these same conversations for 20 years and nothing. And we come back every few years and we're having the same conversations. We want to close the opportunity gap. We want to make sure that, we have a world-class education. And when you talk about some of the things that are occurring in the district and other districts when they found out immediately to start cutting things, it is, despite what has been published, we're not going to cut our way out of this without touching campuses. And so that has always been the priority of this board. That has always been the priority of this community based off of the feedback I've received. And that would have to occur. And so in that instance, that was one of the main reasons that became a final resort for us. As you can see on the screen here, we're talking about the achievements that have actually been done, and much of this is first time in the history of the district being able to make these sorts of achievements. And and we're going to continue to work with whatever direction the district goes in. It is my job to make sure that we continue forward trajectory, not touch kids and campuses, or do that as little as possible. But I will tell you, these results haven't come because of frivolous spending. They've come because of very intentional investments in what impacts students. There's also this narrative out there that just because you don't work on a campus, that you don't impact campus and student learning. I can assure you that a teacher, which is our #1 employee group, teaches a little bit better knowing that their checks are going to be processed and they're going to be paid on time. We don't have anyone in our payroll office that ever steps foot on a campus, but those are things that truly impact our students. And it's a lot of examples like that. And so when we're looking, and we're going to look through this and make sure that we bring some suggestions, but it will indeed make absolutely sure that we're in the kid business. The mass majority of what we do, or everything what we do, actually impacts kids. And I often tell people, if you're not impacting kids in one way or the other, if you can't draw your line to where student achievement is occurring, you should be in the organization. And so it is absolutely, is there places we can tighten our belts? Yes, we continue to look at those every single day, and we'll continue to look at those. And possibly more so depending on the direction of the board. But I will tell you that I don't want the narrative to continue that something is wrong, that this is unique to Fayette County, that we are just wasteful, because that is truly not the case. There's been things that, of course, again, that we could have communicated a little better about how those came about, why that purchase was made. In fact, in many instances, that purchase was made by many of our generous partners. But a district in crisis, and a district that is being portrayed by many that is, and I did not use the word crisis in the context of this district. It was used in the context of the P12 educational environment nationally, by the way. That's just a side note. But A district with these results is not a district in crisis. A district with these results are not a district that is just frivolous and not paying attention to student outcomes. And so I just want to make that very clear. I want to go on record making that very clear, because teachers in our classrooms every single day are working their tails off to make sure our kids are getting every opportunity, whatever language they speak, whatever sort of household they come from, and to dismiss their achievements and to dismiss the work that's happening, I think is unfortunate, and I think that's happening, not at this table, I'm not suggesting that at all, but that is happening in some circles that is unfortunate. And I'll leave it there.
And just to add a little context, I definitely don't think that any of the spending or investments we've made have been frivolous, but it has been made clear to us that we've made a lot of investments that we can't sustain. And so kind of making those decisions of what is most important, and I think that's why bringing a budget to the board without the OLT that clearly states what exactly is going to happen is going to add to that piece, because there are a lot of unknowns and there's so much that we haven't been communicated, or when those questions have been asked, I can personally say there has been pushback there as well. And I 100% understand that we can't cut our way out of this, but we can't tax our way out of it either, because it's not going away. This is just what we're experiencing now, and this volatile market is going to continue to happen. We're going to continue to feel it, and making sure that we have all the information to make the best decision that we can for our students is what's most important.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Okay. Superintendent Liggins.
Can we bring that back up, Seth? Oh. I think we may have already done this, but I've heard two different directions that the board would like to go. As far as I know, I've heard that we would like to bring a budget back without the OLT. I've heard that we want to have a hearing to potentially discuss the OLT in case that's an option. I've heard that we want to get a list of hypotheticals, what would happen.
I think that we just need to we need a clearer picture of any direction. Does that make sense? Based on what the administration recommends, path 1, path 2, however many paths, I think that what I'm hearing from board members is, and I think it would benefit the community of just kind of having a clear outline of options for the board to consider. Is that what I'm hearing from the board? Because I think we have the responsibility. The budget work group did the work. They've came to us for these recommendations. We have the responsibility to weigh and evaluate these recommendations, assess the feasibility, which is, that's something that a task that would fall on the administration to assess the feasibility of each of these recommendations, and then come to the board and say, here's what can work, here's what can't work. Also cognizant of the fact that we have a work group and we have a community that has said, protect the classroom, protect our investments in students. So based on that, what is our path forward? And I don't know if anyone is prepared to make a commitment to that path this evening. Is that consent? Yes. Is that a fair assessment? The board needs options.
Okay.
I mean, we've also heard from the work group and the community that they don't want the OLT to be increased. I mean, wasn't it the very last recommendation on the ranking from the budget work group? I mean, how can we thank them for what they've done? They've come up with these suggestions, and then we're just going to disregard that they put it absolutely last. I don't understand that.
My understanding is it was among the recommendations. There weren't only 10 recommendations considered, were there? is.
Well, did they have the option of not considering it? I mean, it was presented to them because it had been presented here and voted on. So I don't think they would say that they had the option of not considering it.
We gave all the small working groups in the Budget Solutions Work Group an opportunity to verbalize their recommendations, and so those were all the recommendations from the Budget Work Group.
So it's among the recommendations then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But they were rank ordered. I watched it, so it did come in as the last within the rank of all the suggestions.
Board Member Christian.
I apologize for my absence, Chair Murphy. Feel free at this point to get your stones ready and your pitchforks and whatever else you got. I think one thing that's lost in all of this is a very simple question. How are public schools funded? And I don't know of any school board that says, I can't wait to raise taxes. And this is not lobbying for OLT right this very moment. What this is a realization and an acknowledgement that public schools are funded by taxes. It's written in statute. It's what drives the beast. So whatever happens, there's going to be another conversation about taxes. And we need to acknowledge, please acknowledge, that unless the entire Constitution shifts and you find another way, an alternative method to public education, we're going to continue to have this conversation. So, again, don't know what I'm going to do. I'm not going to say yes or no as far as my final vote, but I will say we have to be realistic and we have to understand that if we are going to be a group of people who has everyone's best interest at heart, we can't ignore the option that may be the most unpopular, but it is the one that statutorily we have the right to.
So, Board Member Christian, would you, and I understand you had to step away, and I understand. So, are you amenable? Did you hear the conversation about the hearing, the potential of a hearing? So, if that's considered as a option, as a consideration, it would require a hearing to be held on September 5th as an opportunity to, again, I think the 5th would be a good opportunity, no matter what happens, for us to hear the recommendations and see the picture that I've asked to be painted for the board and for the community of the various options, and allow additional time and additional space to hear input from the board and from the community. So again, the message I'm getting is that the consensus is proceeding with a hearing as a being prepared scenario. Is that correct? Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I would rather there be a hearing and the community get the opportunity to voice their opinion either way than it not happening at all. Yeah. So, yeah.
Board Member Green, Board Member Ferguson.
I think I already shared my thoughts. Thank you.
Well, with 4 board members saying that let's schedule a hearing as and so that the board is prepared for any proposal that it's presented with on September 5th. And then we can make arrangements for times and so forth among the board.
Got it.
Does that give ample time to come back to the board and the community with the requested information and material?
Yes, we can take care of that.
Okay. Does that conclude your superintendent's report?
That completes my superintendent's report, yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Liggins. Next on our agenda is time for public comment. Fayette County Board of Education Policy 01.45 states members of the public may address the board during the period set aside by the board without submitting an item for the agenda. No action shall be taken during this portion of the meeting on issues raised by employees or the public unless deemed an emergency by the board. Speakers will not be allowed to make any disparaging or critical remarks about individuals or employees of the district. Instead, those issues are processed through the district's complaint procedures, which afford the individuals to whom comments or complaints are directed the opportunity for response and due process. Furthermore, members of the public are encouraged to model civil and respectful discourse and conduct. This is not intended to be a time for debate or direct engagement with the board. However, the board will take the public's input into consideration this evening. To ensure discussion and dialogue remain rooted in facts, there may be a portion of this time used to correct or clarify any inaccurate information shared. At this time, if I counted correctly, we have 18 speakers who have signed up to speak to matters on the agenda. Some individuals have indicated they're yielding time, and I will try to reflect that when I call folks up to the podium. When I call your name, please step forward to the podium for a comment. Please keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less, and please note that the maximum yield time is 9 minutes. Our first speaker this evening is Margaret Roberts. Okay. Frankie Langdon would be our next speaker. Okay, well, there are individuals who have indicated that they're yielding time to Frankie Langdon, and that would put you over the 9 minutes. So it's, okay, thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent, FCPS board staff, and to all in attendance. My name is Frankie Langdon, and I chose to speak this evening as an individual and a concerned citizen. I'm advocating alongside previous FCPS board members, community partners, parents, and many, many more in support of our students, teachers, staff, with the impending deep and brutal cuts that are about to happen to our community through the Fayette County Public School System. I would personally like to extend my gratitude to Melissa Bacon, Doug Barnett, Ray Daniels, Amanda Ferguson, Darrell Love, and Stephanie Spires, along with many others, in being respectful of my previous roles in leadership within the district and my 29 years of employment as partners with this district. As the former FCESPA president in this district, I represented classified hourly and salaried employees, working through professional relationships with our superintendents, FCPS board, leadership, students, teachers, staff, and our community. I served on the Kentucky Health Insurance Board and continuously worked with state legislative members to provide a voice in Frankfort for public education, always. Advocating for everyone in this process, no matter their title. Dr. Liggins, you along with leadership have been offered over and over again a helping hand through a collective bargaining action implementation from the Kentucky 120 United Fayette membership to have a constructive seat at the table in the intricacies of the budgeting process for FCPS. In addition, I've also heard that the new FCEA president, to whom I applaud for voicing those very words aloud in a television interview, is presenting open discussions with the district for collective bargain action agreement as well. Prior to her reign, this association has been promising such a movement to its members for decades. I'm extremely pleased to see that this dual action is being brought forth now more than ever. The time is right, the seats are still empty. Please fill them now, as we cannot and should not proceed with the same current course of action. They intimately know our students, our teachers, our staff, our community, and they're on an extremely personal level. We demand the professionalism moving forward right here and now. With an external audit team, as internal seems to be quite problematic currently. So this demands outside partners or perhaps a possible vote of no confidence. I'm really not sure at this point. The situation is much different than what's going on in other school districts. Please do not continue to insult our community's intelligence. You speak of the lack of understanding to the lost trust in our city, But you are the captain, and I do know that above all, you should be responsible in receiving direct reports of its financial stability continuously, as are our past partners and leaders. As a recently retired staff member of 29 years, this has become a district that I sadly do not recognize anymore. In my tenure, I've worked under many different superintendents and leaders along the way. As of last September, I respectfully left nothing unsaid in an email statement to my leadership team. There's a real disconnect between leaders with power dynamics and those that work under them. We are all here for one reason, and that's the responsibility of nurturing our community's most precious cargo. These babies come to our schools, some with loving homes, some with divided homes, some with no homes, just simply a victim of life's circumstances. As such, with this district of abundant means, we should be choosing to feed all of our children, not increasing their lunch prices. In order for them to be ready and soaking up every moment of their educational journey, not balancing the budget on their backs. Some much smaller districts choose paths to feed their children. That, my friend, is a bold and noble cause. We are to love, teach, and empower them all, each and every single one of them, to be their very best and prepare them to soar in today's truly difficult world each and every moment. In all my years in working in Fayette County Public Schools, we had one superintendent, one director of instruction, and one director of operations, even with the strategic plan in place prior to Manny Cox's untimely passing. Conceivably, the director of instruction could hold a superintendent's degree as well, as a passionate former board chair sought to provide this need in case, as leader, your commitments or health, etc., may temporarily call you away from your duties. Now, there are so many deputy superintendents, each with their own staffs, and on and on and on. If cuts are to be made, perhaps this is a place where serious discussions may need to begin. It was stated in a Channel 27 story by Samantha Valentino, pardon my misguided there, on an August 14th airing that the FCPS Contingency Fund had not been touched in the last 5 audited years. KDE may only require 2% contingency, but how did the 6% just disappear? The contingency funds, and Dr. Mundy, I applaud you, the fund, per your own guidelines, shouldn't be touched unless, if it's 6%, it shouldn't be touched without board knowledge and approval and voted on. So we expect to know fully the accounting of the debacles of late before you ask for more from your constituents. We have to live within our means, and so should our school district. Everybody's, your funds are going to change no matter with emergencies or what goes on in the country. I mean, they change. We do know that. As all departments are already under your leadership, Dr. Liggins. Please know that I'm not saying further dollars are not needed moving forward, but the accounting and its foundation should be most certainly always transparent and public. True leaders are responsible for their entire team. You do not leave team members behind by exclusion because you choose to close your mind to the process or validate concerns or through personal animosity. As the FCPS board, you do not need outside professional training to bring you together. I implore each of you to stand independently in your convictions and not make lightly of decisions that can either build or break what happens to this district moving forward. As the public, we see, we hear, and we watch what each of you say and what you do. Words without the same dedicated actions are simply not acceptable. If you do not agree, then I ask that you review your job descriptions. The 5-alarm fire is here and now. Dr. Liggins and Mr. Murphy, the ultimate responsibility lies squarely at your feet. Mr. Murphy, over the years, I have personally watched you at live action board meetings sitting on the opposite sides of the table where you advocated fiercely for students, teachers, and staff. What happened? Dr. Liggins and our community, our parents believe strongly in public education, and you are paid with benefits that we value because we appreciate the job that our superintendents do, and you're paid like twice what our governor makes. You were given the golden key to our house, and right now it's burning down. As leaders and supporters, it's not your right to demean, document, or dismiss others when you feel someone doesn't belong or fit your desires. As top leaders, it's absolutely your responsibility to find the common threads that move all team members forward, even when it might be personally uncomfortable. There is no I in team. In my former leadership roles, I always stated to my members, it's not about me, it's about the we. Dr. Liggins and Mr. Murphy, as leaders, you are at the helm. This is about our students, teachers, staff, and community, and demands your complete attention. You are past the point of no return, even those very concerns that have been brought to your attention time and time again without respectful consideration. True harm is about to happen in this district to many innocent children, teachers, and staff through educational opportunity options, job losses, to whom you are directly responsible for on a daily basis. You need to own this and be responsible and accountable, or move aside and please let others steer the ship. And then I think we also had a little bit of confusion sitting in the back when we talked about general fund versus contingency fund. It kind of overlapped a little bit. General fund, that's a budget you tentatively make, and then you have you actually have a steadfast budget to work from, but we keep talking about contingency. Contingency should have never been touched. It should have been there and available for emergencies, but it appears from the information we received tonight, that is not the case. But I thank you kindly for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Doug Barnett. Is Mr. Barnett still here? Okay. Our next speaker this evening is Don Perkins.
I'll be yielding my time to Matthew B.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Amanda Preston.
I'll yield my time to Matthew B.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Kristen Nelson.
I'll yield my time to Matthew B.
Mr. Veed is already at 9 minutes, so that would, that's the max. So do you want to still speak, or do you want to yield?
No, I'm fine.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Buser.
Good evening. I will keep this short. I just wanted to come up and say how totally disappointing the last 6 months have been for Fayette County stakeholders. We have been met with scandal after scandal, and it just keeps getting worse. This contingency situation is, to use your words, it is a crisis. We are in a crisis situation. And to continue to try and play semantics and try to pretend like the public is not educated enough to understand what is happening is not only completely wrong, it's totally offensive. We see that there are problems. We see that there's overspending. We've been saying it for some time, and it's time to be held accountable. It's time to make cuts where we all know we believe they need to happen, and that's here in this building. Our dollars need to go to our teachers, to our building staff, to our students, and you all are the ones who need to start making some serious sacrifices. So I appreciate Dr. Mundy and Ms. Ferguson for attempting to try to cut through some of the nonsense that keeps being spat at all of us to try and hide what is actually happening. And I just implore you all to make the right choice. If we need more funding, that's a different situation, but let's make some cuts where we know cuts need to be made. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Betnick. Thank you. Our next speaker is Diane Muskin. Our next speaker is Greg Prince. Is Greg still here? Okay. We had two who awarded to Ms. Langdon. So our next speaker is Jillian Kide.
I was going to yield my time to Matthew Veed, but since he already has his 9 minutes, I figure I'll say a few things too. Tone deaf are the two words that come to my mind. I didn't think coming off of a COVID time, which is the last time I was in this building, that I could possibly feel more frustrated being inside this building listening to this. What we can't ignore is the rules. You can't ignore the public notice. You can't ignore the incompetence of those in the most powerful positions. You can't ignore the spending. Here's the advice. Let's take ownership for the missteps. Let's lead with transparency. Let's live by being proactive rather than reactive. Intentional, not frivolous, the gym they can't access here in this building, the aviation instructors, the assistant superintendents with excuse after excuse tonight. Here's what I find unfortunate. Who was responsible prior to July 1st? I heard nothing. Who was responsible? All I heard is who is responsible since July 1st. Who was responsible? The constant you hesitate to respond. Let's come with facts to these meetings. We want to know. This is the biggest game of hot potato. Everything was all hunky-dory, standing room only at these meetings last year. Where are all those people now? Where are they? Let's look at the history, Tyler. I agree. Let's look at the history. Who has been digging into this budget? Let's look at the history. Beyond FCPS leadership, this board, you were voted in here. And there are 3 of you on this board that constantly vote together. Constantly. I actually campaigned against Amanda Ferguson, and I am so proud of her asking these questions. Same with Dr. Mundy. They are the only ones asking the important questions. Community engagement is important. And I would much rather be putting my 3 children to bed right now and getting them ready for school and hearing about their day at our family dinner or how their sports practices went than sitting here listening to this. But the time has come. We cannot as a community ignore this anymore. Excuses, excuses, excuses. No facts, hesitation to respond is all that I've heard from the top echelon of leadership and by several of the majority of the board members tonight. The teachers, the students, the engaged parents, they are world class. What I'm seeing tonight, I'm not seeing world class.
Thank you for your time. Our next speaker is Matthew Veed. You'll have 9 minutes.
Okay, so let's be very, very clear about a few things. You are absolutely in a crisis. 100%, no questions about it. Fayette County Public Schools is facing a severe financial crisis. You guys sat here for nearly 30 minutes, probably an hour, talking about the contingency fund, what we can do with the contingency fund. Should we vote to reduce the contingency fund from 6 to 4 or 4 to 2? Can we use the contingency fund to fill a budget gap? You have already spent the fund down to 2%. We wasted so much time talking about what we can do with the contingency fund, but these officials, Dr. Liggins and his financial staff, they have already spent the contingency fund down to 2%. They might have spent it down to less than 2%. I will be waiting with bated breath to see what the final carry forward balance is. Because if it's less than $16.7 million, it's big trouble, big trouble. Do the math, 2% on your current budget. You have already spent it, and you spent it in violation of this board's policy. The board policy says that the contingency fund cannot be touched without board approval. And what Dr. Liggins said was that the carry forward balance has been estimated to be $15 to $22 million. 3 months ago, it was estimated to be, well, it was budgeted to be $43.6 million, but the carry forward balance was estimated to be $42 million, and now it's going to be 15 to 22. You formed a budget solutions work group over the summer, and on day one, their recommendation was to use the contingency fund. Day one, the recommendation was to use the contingency fund. Nobody in the district, nobody told them, guys, the contingency fund does not exist. It was never told to anyone on the budget solutions work group. If I was a member of the budget solutions work group, I would be furious about the time that I spent that was wasted on that budget solutions work group. And then you wasted all of our time talking about the contingency fund and what we can do without it. It doesn't exist. They spent it already, and they didn't ask you for your approval. It is a violation of board policy to spend the contingency fund. And whew, if it comes in below 16.7, the next person that's going to be in this room is the education commissioner from the KDE, because it is a state law to be above 2%. And there have been several comments, and I shouldn't even say this because I want to see what number you come back with in the next 2 weeks. But there's been a lot of confusion about what is the definition of the contingency fund. 6% of what? It is 6% of the total budget, of the entire budget. That is in state law, 160.470, section 6A, of the entire budget. So for the past 2 years, in fiscal years 23 and 24, and 24 and 25, this school district has been below 6%. It has been below 6%. I mean, it is just astonishing what has happened. Because not only do we have a $16 million deficit that you wanted to fix with the contingency fund, you guys, you've already, the original budget you guys proposed in May was a $16 million shortage. The actual shortage was $16 million plus 27. If it goes from 42 to 15, the actual shortage was 16 plus 27. That is after $8.9 million in cuts, and that is after an assumption of a 4% tax rate on property tax increases. And what is so frustrating to me and to a lot of people that attend these meetings is you guys sit here and you just smile and nod. You smile and nod. Whatever happens, whatever the district brings to you, it's just smile and nod. And a lot of times, you just sound like AI chatbots in your responses. And what you need to be doing is going through budgets line by line by line by line. I did it for you. So let's just look at a few budget facts because I want to put to rest forever and with some finality that this district is in a crisis because of inflation. You guys have outspent inflation by hundreds of millions of dollars. If you look at the expenses starting in 2020 and you go each year for the last 5 years of audited financials, and you track those along with inflation, the cumulative effect of what you guys have spent beyond inflation is $198 million from 2020 to 2024. $198 million. In the 2024 budget, the 1 year, the 4 years, the 5-year inflation number from 20 to 24, the average compound annual growth rate for inflation is 4.93%. There are 85 budget line items in the FCPS budget that exceeded their growth rate from 23 to 24. There are 85 line items that exceeded the growth in those lines. They exceeded 4.93%, 85 of them. Here are my favorites. You want to hear my favorites? There are 5 budget funds: general fund, special revenue fund, capital outlay fund, food services fund, and the building fund. Some favorites from the Special Revenue Fund, Business Support Services, Supplies and Materials. From 23 to 24, that one line item went from $2.3 million to $11.2 million. Here's another one from the Special Revenue Fund, General Fund, Business Support Services, Salaries. 1 year, it went from $13.8 million to $17.7. That's $3.9 million. Here is the best one. District Admin Support Services, Supplies and Materials. The year 2000, it was $0. The year 2021, it was $0. 2022, it was $60,000. So 0 to 60,000. From 22 to 23, it went to $4.5 million. It gets better. It gets better. From 2023 to 24, it went from $4.5 million to $10.7 million. District Admin Support Services, Supplies and Materials. What on earth could that be? I mean, God, it is astonishing how anyone could survive an election after what you have done to this district. It would just be shocking to me. There's two choices. You guys are either incompetent or you are corrupt. It's one of the two. Or, to give you the benefit of the doubt, I would say that you just simply lack the wisdom and the discernment to be in the position that you're in.
Chair Murphy, I'm going to come out of order.
I get to respond to her.
Now, was the timer up? Was the timer up? I believe, Dr. Barber, did you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you for your comments.
Mr. Bede, you may return to your seat.
Just one fact check for sure, which is the calculation of the contingency. There's a specific way on how you calculate. You have to do it over General Fund 1. It's not the entire budget. Plus, I just looked it up. Plus nutrition services. Yeah.
Our next speaker this evening is Hunter Stout.
Not quite sure how to follow that one, but I'll do my best. My name is Hunter Stout. I'm the CFO of Keeneland, advisory board member for Commerce Lexington, and I was on the budget solutions work group. Balancing the budget isn't the challenge right now. It's actually fairly easy, and it's not the contingency fund balance, it's the contingency expense of $42 million that needs to be dropped by $16 million, and then you have a balanced budget. The challenge is economic uncertainty that the district faces. It's no different than the economic uncertainty that businesses face right now and districts across the state face. However, businesses cannot raise taxes, and other districts across the state cannot raise taxes. They're all addressing this uncertainty through expense reduction. If every other district in the state can do that and businesses can do that, there's no reason why Fayette County schools can't do that. The budget work group has made a lot of progress in 3 two-hour meetings. But I will stipulate that we got a thick work group binder of 1,000 pages, not in advance of those meetings, but when we showed up to those meetings. Those meetings would have been a lot more productive, first, had they started in March, and had we gotten that information in advance. But even with that limited time, we've made great progress. We provided recommendations that won't impact the classroom And all I ask is that you let the work group continue to make that progress. There's no need to rush to pass a tax. That is the last solution. In fact, you guys showed it as number 10. It is number 10 by default. We were told to put 10 recommendations up. If we only were required to put 9 recommendations up, the OLT tax would not have made the list. So it made the list by default. Let's keep that in mind. Dr. Liggins has said he wants to continue the work group, yet you're calling for a public hearing before the work group gets a chance to even continue doing anything. There's no need to rush this tax. It should be the last option. We learned tonight that there's $30 million in discretionary spending. It would have been great to know that back when the work group first met. We didn't even know about that. That probably would have been pretty high on the list of recommendations had we known that in advance. We know that SEEK funding actually drops as more tax money comes in. I believe we talked about that this morning. So my question is, can somebody yield me some time? My question is,
ask your question and then you may.
If we increase the OLT tax, is that going to drop our SEEK funding? So we're not actually going to get to recognize all of that. It's going to be netted against a drop in SEEK funding.
Thank you.
I'd actually, you guys asked a lot of questions of Dr. Barber and Mr. Jackson here about what happened in that work group. Would you like to ask any to the work group themselves directly?
Your time has expired. If we extend that opportunity to you, we would want to extend it to all who participate in the work group. I'd hope you understand that. But I appreciate the opportunity. What's your name? I have you down for matters not on the agenda, so that will be at the end of the meeting. But at that, he is not signed up at this time, and I'm sorry. But we are happy to sit down and have a conversation with you if you want us to have a meeting. We're happy to do that. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Our next speaker this evening is Norma Justice.
So there's a document you can find on the Budget Solutions Committee page on the FCP website called the Work Group Q&A. In this, they say if not granted the OLT or other similar new revenue source, the consequences for students will be immediate and long-lasting. They go on to say that there will be a disproportionate impact on vulnerable students. Students with disabilities will experience delays in services, fewer aids, and reduced instructional support, risking compliance issues and legal liabilities. So rather than commit to curtailing spending for admin services and perks, real estate development and purchase, or suspend dues-paying professional organizations, and only now, after extreme scrutiny, curtailing non-essential travel, Fayette County would seemingly rather harm student outcomes and disproportionately harm our most vulnerable students. But maybe they don't have time to find ways to fix the budget. I mean, there's been scandal after scandal. From the previous vote of the OLT being deemed illegal by the state AG, 3 district employees being arrested and charged with various heinous crimes, a lack of resource officers and metal detectors in schools, and now the eminent domain issue, just to name a few. You can't even turn to local high school newspapers to get away from criticism of Fayette County, as the PLD Lamplighter editor-in-chief Sia Venish's article was titled, "Our Leaders Are Failing Us." And it opens detailing the infamous February budget planning meeting of our school board. Across the country, other school systems are experiencing budget issues, from small to large, and they're coming to the table with proactive and creative solutions, including our superintendents stepping up and declaring their devotion to their students by taking a portion of their salary and donating it back to the budget. Mary Templeton of Washtenaw County in Washington State went so far as to reduce her salary to $7,200 for the year. So my challenge to you today, Superintendent Liggins, is to set the example. Make a pledge and donate $100,000 of your pay and divert the $25,000 that you get for a wellness coach back into the budget, specifically to fund paraeducator positions in schools that have lost paras. Help to ensure, and even in a small way, that our most vulnerable students are not casualties of this district and the $16 million deficit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Larry Moore.
Thank you for this opportunity. Effective governance demands transparency, accountability, and alignment between plans, budgets, and evaluations. Using critical business tools for management purposes to help build trust with the public and drive student achievement. Per KSBA, the board reports to the community as their elected officials. As such, you have a fiduciary responsibility to manage the district resources efficiently. I've noted 4 critical governance gaps in Fayette County school system. The first one, strategic plan does not have a balanced scorecard. It should have a balanced scorecard with goals and objectives and measurable outcomes for key performance indicators. And that should be done for each of the 5 years. We're in the 4th year, and we've yet to see a balanced scorecard. The budget is then constructed without that balanced scorecard to follow from the strategic plan, so it doesn't have a balanced scorecard with goals and objectives and key performance indicators with measurable outcomes. And the superintendent evaluation instrument does not have time-based key performance indicators with measurable outcomes, then how that evaluation translates into his compensation change. The board has yet to publish a self-evaluation on your governance performance with key performance indicators. And that's required by Kentucky School Board Association and National School Board Association. And there have been statements made like, oh, we've had 5 successful financial audits. Well, it's like a bank saying, we've balanced our checkbook the last 5 years. That's expected. In the private, not-for-profit industry, you have a negative financial outcome audit, somebody will be terminated. And it'd be the CFO, finance executives, CEO. But it will happen, and it does happen. I've seen it happen. You know, I think that the board needs to adopt these business changes and implement these balanced scorecards in a timely manner and put them on your website very quickly so the public can see. Because when you go back to the June's financial report and you watch that for May, it was all wine and roses. Everything was in balance. Everything's up from last year. So it's a surprise that now we're faced with this. So I'm confused. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for your time. Also, just to clarify a question that was raised earlier, the $30 million referenced in the course of the conversation is discretionary staffing allocations, meaning those are staffing allocations that schools receive in addition to their site-based staffing allocations per district policy. So that $30 million funds school-based staffing positions. And so that's what was referenced earlier. That concludes this portion of our public comment. We do have 6 people, I believe it is. Yes, 6 people signed up to speak for matters that are not on the agenda, which we will hear following our action items. Next on our agenda is approval of routine matters. A motion is in order to approve the minutes of the August 4th, 2025 planning meeting of the Fayette County Board of Education. Is there a motion to that effect?
I move we approve the minutes of the last meeting.
Motion by Board Member Green. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Mundy. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. I'll now entertain a motion to approve our consent items with the exception of J1B, which was pulled when we adopted the agenda a few hours ago. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Board Member Green. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Christian. All in favor of the consent items with the exception say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. At this time, I'll turn the agenda over to Superintendent Liggins to share more about J1B.
Thank you, Chair Murphy. On Friday, August 15th, I announced several immediate steps following the determination that the carry forward balance could potentially be less than initially estimated. One of those limits was out-of-state overnight professional development funded by the general fund, limiting it to mandatory or essential purposes. Tonight, agenda items do have several requests for out-of-state overnight professional learning that was submitted several weeks ago. And so first I want to note that there are many instances where the board approves professional learning requests and the employees actually do not attend. So our procedures do not allow any expenditures for overnight or out-of-state travel to occur, professional learning to occur until the board has acted. So no money has actually been expended on items on tonight's agenda. I consider these items the same as also travel that you've approved previously that has not yet occurred. And so in light of my announcement on Friday regarding funding restrictions for out-of-state and overnight professional learning, our administration will review the items of each agenda previously approved that have not yet occurred, as well as to see if those are mandatory or essential. So beginning in July, had you approved something, if it's not occurred, then those will be reviewed also to see if they are essential, and many of them very well may not occur. I would like for the board to take action on the professional leaves this evening as presented, with the understanding that no money will be spent until we have thoroughly reviewed that each of those are essential as well. This approach will help ensure that we do not intentionally interrupt any mandatory or critical professional learning opportunities, particularly for teachers or staff whose professional learning dates or registration deadlines may not allow enough time for them to resubmit them should they be determined as mandatory or essential. For future meetings, of course, this process will already have occurred, and essential travel will be the only thing you will see on the agenda. So that is my request. With it happening so quickly on Friday is the reason we opted to keep it there, so that we did not prevent any teacher or staff from attending a professional learning experience that they would need and not have and miss it because we did not have time to bring it back to a future board meeting.
Thank you. Are there any questions, board members?
Yes.
Board Member Ferguson. Oh, yeah, Board Member Green. Whoever wants it can take it. I heard both of you, but
Okay.
do you?
Mine's
I'll go. You said that not all travel that's approved by the board happens, and that sometimes it's reviewed afterwards. I mean, how long has that been the case?
No, just because it's board approved does not mean that it occurs. That's been always the case. Approval doesn't mean it's happening. It means that for a variety of reasons, professional learning doesn't occur. That has been board approved.
Okay, I mean, that's just never been clear to me, and I guess that's fine if that's the way that is, but it just feels like every time I've asked about it, it's been said that, oh, this is thoroughly vetted and reviewed before it ever gets to the board, so that...
It is, but still sometimes things happen and they don't occur.
So you're saying for this instance, it's because of the restrictions that you announced, it's going to be reviewed after?
Yes, what we're planning to do at this point is because there were you've approved all the way beginning July 1 on this budget. And so some of those trips may have occurred, many of them have not. So we're going to go back and really look at whether they are considered essential or mandatory, as we indicated on Friday. And it will be the same for the ones this evening if they are approved, so that that same process can occur.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Green.
Murphy, thank you. So I understand the review back to July 1st. Could you, after you guys go through that review, you and your team, Dr. Liggins, would you just be able to share back kind of what you have found of those that came before you, if there were any that you decided to have a pause on or not? I mean, you don't have to name them specifically, even if just there was an amount.
Oh, absolutely, I can do that.
Thank you.
Is there, would it be appropriate in light of what you just shared with us, in light of the announcement on Friday, for us to, if a motion is made relating to these items, to make the motion with the assumption that review and analysis will take place, or like that it's contingent, approval is contingent upon that review or announcement? Is that an option?
I'm very comfortable with that.
Okay.
Shelley just left, but I think that language will probably be fine.
Okay. If that works for everybody, then I would say I'll entertain a motion, or I'll accept a motion to approve the professional leave as indicated, contingent that it meets the standards outlined by the superintendent.
I'm so moved.
Motion by Board Member Green. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Christian. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carries 3-2. And Dr. Liggins.
Thank you, Chair Murphy. We do not have any other action items to bring before you tonight, but we have an important discussion related to the property tax for the 25-26 school year. This time, I'd like our Executive Director of Financial Accounting, Budget and Benefits Services, Rodney Jackson, to come forward.
Thank you, Dr. Liggins. The Department of Revenue, Kentucky Department of Education certified real estate and personal property tax calculation reports on July 29, 2025. Per KRS 132.0225 allows 45 days for the districts that are not adopting above 4% rate to establish a final tax rate. Any district that fails to meet this deadline shall be required to use the compensating tax rate for the year's property tax bills. Under KRS 16470 provides a process which a local board of education annually adopts tax rates. As a result of a process question raised by a district a few years ago, Katie recently conducted a review of the statutory requirements, and a review determined that the statute permits a local board of education to adopt a tax rate up to including 4% without advertising or holding a public hearing. The 2025 tax rate was 80.9 cents per 100 for real estate, and 83 cents per 100 personal property, and 59.2 cents for 100 a motor vehicle. The following option is recommended to the board for approval, lowering the tax rate for the 2026 fiscal year, a rate of 79.8 cents for real estate, from 83 cents, and 83 cents, for personal property, and a rate of 59.2 cents for motor vehicles. This option requires and equates to a decrease of 1.1 cents or $11 in tax for real property assessed at $100,000, and no change in tax in tangible property. There is no proposed change in motor vehicle tax rate of 59.2 cents. The following rates for tax rates per 100 assessment were sent, and which may be left for 2025-26. Compensating real estate, 76.8. Compensating personal property, 81.8. Would generate $328 million approximately. Subsection rate, real estate 90.4, personal property 90.4, generating $384.3 million. And the 4% rate generating 79.8, personal property 83.0, and projected revenue approximately $340.2 million. Projected revenue amounts reflect the 2% expected collection discount. Are there any questions or concerns?
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any questions, board members? Board Member Green.
Thank you. Can you just reiterate what, and I know you just said it, but just last year's tax rates and then what you're suggesting they be this year for the 4%?
Yes. The following options recommended to the board for approval: tax rate for 2026 fiscal year 79.8 and 83 cents for personal property and a rate of 59.2 cents for motor vehicle. This equates to a decrease of 1.1 cents or $11 in tax for real property assessed at $100,000 and no change for tangible personal property.
Thank you.
And this would, can we have an overview of the timeline? This is presented tonight, and then it would be subject to vote by the board at the September 8th meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a requirement for a hearing in between?
No, it's not.
Okay. Any board member Green?
Chair Murphy, there's not a requirement, but if we're having the special call meeting on September 5th, could we let people also know that they can talk about this or ask questions?
We're not required to be. Yes, we can do that.
Yeah. So you're suggesting making it part of the meeting notice for the 5th, that all of these options are being considered, essentially, or the options we discussed earlier, and then the property tax rate recommendation.
This is like an informational item, but in
Yeah.
that space.
Okay.
Just to
Okay.
clarify.
As an informational.
Yeah, just to clarify that these rates are actually going down.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Oh, did you have a question?
I just wanted to comment that yes, even though the rate is going down, the actual rate per $100 of assessed value, that this will generate $12.1 million in additional revenue for the district?
I think that's correct, but I would like to, if I can get to my computer, I can confirm that amount.
It's 12, well, where is, yeah. So from 328 million, if we lowered the rate enough to keep the same amount of revenue, we could lower the rate more, but if we set it at 79.8, 83.1, 83.0, it's going to generate approximately $12 million more dollars.
12.2 based on 2% discount.
12.2. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Liggins.
Thank you, Rodney and board members. Under the informational items this evening, it includes 5 written reports for review, including the personnel changes for August, the school activity funds report, the board approved contracts, the monthly construction report, and the update to board procedures. At this time, I will turn the meeting back over to you, Chairman Murphy. We do not have a need to go into closed session this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Liggins. The next portion on our agenda is where members of the public may address the board on any topic of district-related concern that is not on the official agenda for the meeting. This is not intended to be a time for debate or direct engagement. We have 6 people, as indicated, signed up to speak. Given the lateness of the hour, I'll ask each of them to keep their remarks to 2 minutes or less. Our first speaker is Courtney Johnson.
Good evening, Chair, board members, and Superintendent. My name is Courtney Johnson, and I'm a proud parent in Fayette County Public Schools. I'm here tonight because I believe with all my heart that the success of our children begins with how we treat the people who teach them. Our teachers and staff are not just employees. They are mentors, encouragers, role models, and lifelines for our kids. And right now, they are doing the work while facing overwhelming challenges. A collective bargaining agreement would change that. It would give them a real voice, a seat at the table, so they can fight for what they need to stay, to teach, and to thrive. That means a lower turnover, so our kids aren't losing beloved teachers every year. Reasonable class sizes, so students get the attention they deserve. Better working conditions, so teachers can focus their energy on teaching, not surviving. Collaboration instead of conflict, so we solve problems together. I know there's a budget shortfall, but silencing educators will not fix it. When teachers have a voice, they help find smarter, more sustainable solutions. And when we support them, we are investing directly in our children's futures. This is not just about money. It is about respect, it's about fairness, and it's about building a school system where every child, mine, yours, all of ours, can thrive. Please do the right thing. Move forward with the collective bargaining. Show our teachers and our kids that they matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Matthew Veed. What was the name? I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, that'll be 4 minutes.
So I just want to recap. I just want to recap the last 8 or 9 months. In January, an agenda item was to renew the superintendent's contract, and there were 2 board members present. And those 2 board members, it was their first meeting. Is that correct? I think it was your first action meeting. First action meeting, had a planning meeting and an action meeting in January. And a board member requested that a vote on the extension of the contract be delayed because she was brand new. How could she possibly evaluate the performance of the superintendent in her first meeting? And Mr. Murphy denied that request, denied the request. Well, actually, three board members denied that request because I believe the motion was made and a motion was seconded to delay that vote. And then on the vote, it was voted down 3-2. I think that's how that vote went, right? So 3 members of this board denied a brand new board member the opportunity to evaluate the superintendent before extending his contract. And now it's hard to wonder, what was all the rush about? What was the rush about? It seems to me that people knew that we were careening towards a financial disaster. What else could the explanation be? Because if you look at the 2024 to 25 working budget, which I have, it doesn't take long to start figuring out something is not right here. If you just look at some of the figures, so just as an example, if you look at the general fund, the biggest fund of the whole budget, for the last 5 years in a row, the general fund has grew at a clip of 6% annually. 6% annually, the general fund has grown. But for the 24 to 25 working budget, it suddenly went to 0% growth. 0% growth. Instructional salaries, the most important line item in the budget, the most important line item in the whole budget, the biggest one in the general fund, the whole budget. So for the previous 5 years, teacher salaries were increased by 6.1%. For the 24 to 25 working budget, what happened? How was it? What was projected to have happened the next year? Flat. The budget was flat. It was actually negative 0.02%. Instructional salaries were projected to fall for 24 to 25. How could that possibly be the case? We have step increases. You gave a 7% raise a couple years prior. How could you possibly not project an increase in the budget for instructional salaries in the general fund? So my hypothesis is you guys knew trouble was brewing. You knew trouble was brewing. You asked this board to approve a budget that was impossible to meet, but you asked them to vote on it anyway. And then not only did you not cut. I mean, if you were going to go from 6% growth in instructional salaries to 0% growth, you got to fire some people. You got to cut some people. So not only did you not make the cuts to meet your impossible budget, but you actually spent more than you needed, than you budgeted yourself, because the carryover balance has gone from $42 million to $15 million. So you asked this board to approve an impossible budget, and then you overspent it again.
Thank you for your time. Our next speaker is Caitlin Edwards.
I want to take a moment to commend the board for its public commitment to transparency, communication, and trust. Those words are highlighted so beautifully on the district's website and in videos. It's almost inspiring. Almost. Of course, it is a little confusing when the reality doesn't quite match the marketing. For example, and we'll go with this one because it's been done in a closed meeting, some families have learned of board decisions that change their daily lives through rumor, news reports, or watching neighbors' property being torn up, rather than through the clear, timely, and respectful communication that was promised. Perhaps that is a new form of transparency, though not one that most of us expected. We're told these property takings are minor, routine, and nothing to be alarmed about. And yet, for the people whose yards, fences, and peace of mind are involved, it feels like a major disruption made worse by the lack of direct conversation. If this is what community engagement looks like, one wonders what disengagement would feel like. It is interesting that the board holds itself as an example of ethical standards, promising honesty and openness at every turn. That makes it especially striking when those most directly affected are left in the dark until after decisions are already made. Some might call that efficiency, others might call it something else. The homeowners didn't ask to be appeased. They didn't ask to be placated. They asked to be communicated with.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Thomas Stinson. I'm sorry, what was that? Thank you. And our last speaker is Eric Olson.
Hello and good evening or night, Chair, board members, and Superintendent. My name is Eric Olson, and I'm also a proud parent in Fayette County Public Schools. I am here today because I believe that every student deserves a high-quality education in a safe and healthy school environment that supports all aspects of learning. Teachers have a great impact on student outcomes, and improving conditions for teachers improves conditions for students. A key component to achieve a safe, healthy, and supportive environment for all staff and students is allowing teachers and school staff to collectively bargain. When our teachers are supported, our children are supported. A collective bargaining agreement would help reduce turnover of staff, address reasonable class sizes, create better working conditions, enhance student outcomes, and create an avenue where teachers and administrators can solve problems together, not apart. Our educators deserve a meaningful seat at the table because they are the backbone of the entire educational system. Our children's futures will be determined by their educational experience. And as Jim Hightower says, when everybody does better, everybody does better. I'm also here because I have concerns too about the district's budget. A collective bargaining agreement could help be the solution to the deficit. When educators have a voice, decisions get smarter, not more expensive. Thank you for your time. For the benefit of all, I encourage you to move forward with collective bargaining.
Thank you for your time. Thank you to all of our speakers. I'll entertain a motion to make the agenda dated August 18th, 2025, on which action has been taken at this meeting. A part of the minutes is the copy of the minutes verbatim. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Motion by Board Member Mundy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Board Member Green. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. We stand adjourned. Thank you.